annonce, je crois, qui ont des slides. Voilà. C'est qui a des slides, Paul? Oui, mais c'est qui les passe? I'll send you the program. Yeah, very good. Good morning. Bonjour. Can I invite the panelists to join the panel, please? Do we have the... Let me see. Good morning, colleagues. We'll ask for 2 minutes patience. We're waiting for one of our panelists, and we'll get started. So we'll start in 2 minutes. Thank you. Bonjour, je vous demande 2 minutes de patience. On attend un de nos panélistes.
Please do 2 minutes. We're waiting for one of our panelists. We'll start in 2 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. We're going to get started. Welcome to this first event today on the French Pavilion. My name is John Harding. I head the Climate Risk Early Warning Systems Cruise Initiative at the World Meteorological Organization in Geneva. And it's my pleasure to invite you to this high-level panel on public-private approaches for climate adaptation projects, application to the early warning for all initiatives. We have a very exciting panel for you today to help us navigate this important topic. I'm going to introduce you to the panel, but just to remind you first that yesterday, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, launched an ambitious plan to provide access to early warning systems for all people within 5 years. So that's a challenging task for all of us. And we know we will not be able to achieve this task if we work in isolation. We're going to need to work across the public sector, the private sector, and they're going to have to collaborate closely together. We know it's challenging, and that's the theme of today's panel. And we have a very good set of panelists who are going to help us try and understand how to move forward. So today on our panel we have representatives from the public sector, people in government. Early warnings is essentially a public service, it's a public responsibility. And so I'm very pleased that we have with us today His Excellency, the Minister for Transport and Telecommunication, Météo Magala. We will also be joined from the public sector, a public sector perspective, from the Director of the Caribbean Meteorological Organization. This is Arlene Lang. And we're hoping to be joined also by the Minister from the Seychelles, His Excellency Mr. Flavien Joubert, who hasn't arrived yet, but if he's around, please come and join us on the podium. We're also very happy to have with us today our hosts, the Ambassador for Climate Change from France, Ambassador Stéphane Crouzat, and then also from a meteorological perspective, we have the Director General of the Ivory Coast Meteorological Service, Mr. Jean-Louis Moulot. We also have two colleagues, very important colleagues, from two of the leading institutions from the private sector side. And so I'm very happy that we have, they're not yet on the panel, but I'll invite them up once it's their turn to speak. We have the President of Météo France International, Mr. Patrick Benichou, and the President of Predict Services, Mr. Alex Roumaniak. And first, but not least, in order to introduce this topic and help us navigate and understand the topic, we have with us Mrs. Mami Mizutori, who's the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction. She's also responsible for the implementation of the Sendai Framework, and she is the executive head of the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. And as you know, UNDRR and the World Meteorological Organization have been asked to co-lead this ambitious early warning initiative. So we're very pleased to, if I can invite you, Mami, to give us some introductory remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. So I'm very honored to open this important session, really important session, with such a distinguished panel. I'd like to start by thanking the government of France, because you have been taking such a leadership role in this important area of early warning and early action. In fact, it was in 2015 when the Sendai Framework was adopted in Sendai, Japan, that France announced the cruise initiative. So the cruise initiative and the Sendai Framework, they go hand in hand. And since then, cruise has grown into one of the most effective mechanisms to help countries, especially those are climate vulnerable, the SIDS and the LDCs, to enhance their early warning system. That is a proven tool to save lives and livelihoods. So we are very proud, the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, to be an implementing member of cruise. Now, as I said, early warning systems are a proven climate adaptation method, and it saves lives and it reduces economic losses. We issued with WMO last month a report on the global status of early warning system, and it doesn't look good. Only half of the world countries have reported that they have an early warning system. When it comes to LDCs, it's 40%. When it comes to small island developing states, it's 1/3. And in Africa, only 40% have early warning system, but it's not only about the number or whether you have a system. The system has to be wide in coverage, and it has to be effective. And unfortunately, many countries have reported that their coverage is not enough, effectiveness not enough as well. And this is why the Secretary General, as John mentioned, has announced this very ambitious initiative to cover the whole world with early warning system, leaving no one behind by 2027. And we are very honored to join WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, in taking forward this initiative. Now, we need to close the gap that I just mentioned of quantity and quality. And how do we do this? So early warning system is not about one thing. It's about many things, and there are 4 crucial elements that make an early warning system end-to-end, as we say, and reach the last mile. The first one is risk knowledge. If you do not have robust risk knowledge, you cannot start. And this is the pillar that UNDRR is leading. The second one is, of course, forecasting and detection of risks. And this is, of course, WMO and the world, all the Météo offices in the world, this is your bread and butter. And this is the second item. But third, you also need a very good early warning dissemination system. And this is not about only distributing mobile phones to people. You need an ecosystem where digital works. So it's also about infrastructure. It's also about a lot of things. This component in the initiative will be led by ITU in the UN system. And the fourth, and I would say the definitive factor, is enabling communities to take early action on the ground. Early warning is just as good enough as the early action that they can trigger. And this element will be taken forward by IFRC. So as you can see, this is a very UN system-wide initiative, but it's not enough. There's the UN system, but of course the governments themselves, the Météo office, the disaster risk management offices, and also the highest political leadership of the country needs to invest his political capital in saying that we need an effective early warning system. And this is why I am so encouraged today to be here with so many distinguished members of governments that need an effective early warning system. But we also need the private sector, because this is such an endeavor. The initial budget for this, let's say initial, is $3.1 billion. But I am thinking maybe this may not enough. Now, it was very encouraging that at yesterday's high-level meeting, France already mentioned that they will support this and said that they will increase their commitment to cruise. But it needs to happen across all countries. So funding is important, and as I mentioned, the private sector has such an important role. This is why we welcome the Warning for All initiative by Météo France International as a concrete contributor by the private sector. And we need many, many other private sector to come on board. Yesterday at the high-level meeting, the president of Microsoft was there, and he mentioned that he supports this. And he believes that the private sector can believe data that can be connected to AI. But there are many ways that the private sector can help us. And we need leadership. So the leadership of France, the leadership of the private sector, the leadership of the governments, especially the ones which are climate vulnerable, is important. We need to do this, because if we don't, livelihoods will be lost every day, every year. We saw yesterday at the opening ceremony, just in 1 year, how many disasters have affected people's lives. And we can't go on like this. It's simply not acceptable. So let's work together on this great initiative with all of us on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mami, for this compelling introduction and inspiring, inspiration for all of us moving forward. I would now like to invite to the podium His Excellency, the Minister for Transport and Telecommunication, His Excellency Mathieu Magala, who's also responsible as part of your ministry, I understand, for the meteorological services, so a very important function you have there. And I'm going to invite you to make your intervention in English, if that's okay with you, because the interpretation is not available for Portuguese.
Okay. So,
that's okay. Thank you, Minister.
So I'll try to speak in English, but unfortunately I had prepared my presentation in Portuguese, which may now, because I'm not interpreter, may rob a little bit of a substance that I had to communicate here. Okay, so it's all right. Okay. So, no, thank you very much. Distinguished members of the panel and CEO of Météo France, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be invited here and to be with you to discuss this very important issue on the subject of early warning, and I would say also the action that's follow from that, which needs to be anticipated to the event. So, so in Mozambique, this initiative has been embraced since the pronouncement from the Secretary General in March 2022, asking, as was said here, the countries to join this initiative of providing information to all and early warnings to all by 2027, so in the next 5 years. So, we are very glad that Météo France International is implementing a unique model which is based on a design, construct, and operate through private public initiatives and with, of course, recognition of the World Organization for Meteorology. This Warning for All initiative, it's a proper response, in our view, to the initiative launched by the Secretary General, as I said, by that time. And Mozambique has been a little bit lucky in that sense, because September 2022, we had in Maputo the first meeting on this subject for the Southern Africa region. And I'm pleased Mami came there. We are, graced by her presence. But also the event was led by the President of Mozambique himself. So this event concluded with what we call Maputo Declaration, where we, these ministers or the countries of Southern Africa committed to implement these decisions in the next 5 years of early warning systems and early action. So, Maputo also at that time was by the issuing of the first report, regional report on weather. So that was issued also in Maputo at that point in time, for the first time in the presence of physical report, because before they had issued but were digital because of the COVID imperative. But that for the first time, that was done there. So as you may know too, the President of Mozambique has been appointed by the African Union as the champion for disaster management. So in that regard, he has an office set up to address the challenge faced in Africa due to the meteorological phenomena and events. More importantly, I think the focus, and the right focus, is that early warning and early action saves lives and also save goods. And that's what we've been doing. Mozambique, as you know, is a country prone to disaster, natural disasters, every year. And as I speak today, we already have a view of what will happen from now to March. And we foresee that the El Nino will come there and all those things. So it's every year a situation that's repeats itself. But thanks to this drive from the government to put the early warning systems, now we can say we are able to better manage and save lives and goods. So the government of Mozambique, it's really behind this initiative, committed to implement it. We are building meteorological station which will not only serve Mozambique, but also the region. And this meteorological station that has the reach of about 400 kilometers will be commissioned within the few days of this year. And that is a response to the need to upgrade our infrastructure, but also to upgrade our capability to do things. So that is a very important initiative that you are putting. But more than that, the president as the champion, but also as someone who really believes that early warning systems and endeavors to work together on this are important, has initiated an initiative which is called One District, One Meteorological Station. So we have started that to implement and want to implement in the, within the period that the Secretary General of the United Nations has stipulated. We want to equip everybody so able to get information in time, and that has started. So now, obviously, I think the most important part here is we have dreams, we have plans, we have commitment, political will, and that's very important. We understand that we need infrastructure, we need capacities. Now the question is, where do we get the resources? And I think this discussion today is part of that endeavor to collectively, mobilizing resources, particularly, as Mami said, to assist a country like ours that are in their need of resources or in financial deficiencies to be able to supply with those equipment. So I was glad yesterday I was there too when the commitment that now Mami says that may not be enough of 2.5 billion, I believe, to get the resources to provide to the country. Obviously, in this journey, the private and public partnership is critical. And that's why I think the meeting today highlights that private and public entities that can work together to supply public good. It's not said that the public good can only be provided by the government. In fact, recent experience shows that through PPPs and others, that public goods can be provided by private sector or in partnership with the public sector. So, in concluding, I would like to say that we thank you very much for making us part of this family. We are committed, and we have started the programs. We will seek financing the best we can, given our context, but also the government is willing to mobilize its own internal resources to undertake this initiative, because are very important to build resilient societies and to build more prosperity for all. So thank you very much for the time given and for allowing us to express this commitment and our satisfaction to be part of this family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, and particularly for being so eloquent. When I realized your speech was written in Portuguese, that was amazing. An amazing exercise. Thank you very much. So from a least developed country and Africa perspective, we're now going to go to a small island developing states and Caribbean perspective. And we're very glad to have the head of the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, Dr. Arlene Lang, who's going to present to us the challenges in achieving this early warning fraud initiative from a Caribbean view. Thank you very much, Arlene.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I would like to say, is this better? Thank you. I would like to say a big thank you for inviting me to participate in this distinguished panel. I'm really very honored to be here representing a region that has so many different hazards. Can I tell you about 2021? We were, of course, in the pandemic. Then we proceeded to have volcanic eruptions. Then we proceeded to have earthquake. Then we proceeded to have the usual hurricanes. And in the case of Haiti, we were dealing in a 10-day period, a tropical storm Fred, a 7.2 earthquake, and in the same area that the earthquake was, it was then threatened by heavy rains from tropical storm Grace, in the middle also of political turmoil in which they were also dealing with the assassination of the head of state. So imagine what we are dealing with in the Caribbean is not just a single hazard, but we are dealing with a compounding, cascading, hazardous situation. And the hydrometeorological hazards, while we have a very good cooperation with regard to the World Meteorological Organization and all of the partner agencies such as the UNDRR, there is also how do you incorporate and integrate the other hazards that are also impacting and compounding the situation. And so within the Caribbean, we're very grateful for the cruise initiative. In 2017, we had back-to-back Category 5 hurricanes, Irma and Maria. And this gets you to that situation where if you're someone in Dominica and you've just been hit by Maria, which developed within 24 hours from a simple tropical storm, minimal hurricane, to a Category 5. And then they lost everything in terms of communication. And there was another tropical storm developing. And then how do we get the warnings out? So we're dealing here with a need for an integrative approach for regional collaboration and cooperation, as well as international help. And I should note that one of the things that happens with all of these things is to recognize that when Maria hit, it got rid of more than 200% of their GDP. So single disaster for the Caribbean can be extremely, extremely challenging. And so we are very grateful to our development partners and for the recognition that when you're looking at small island developing states, do not look only at the current economic situation, but look at what can happen to an economy when one disaster of the impact of Maria or a multiple set of disasters when earthquake and volcano and everything hits. In the island of St. Vincent, the volcanic eruptions continued for weeks. And then Hurricane Elsa hit that same region in July. So we are, for the Caribbean, really interested in an integrative approach. And in the wake of the hurricanes in 2017, the Caribbean Disaster and Emergency Management Agency, with the assistance of the crews, thank you very much, began what we're calling a Regional Early Warning System Consortium. And it includes not only the meteorological services, but the disaster offices, the University of the West Indies Seismic Unit. It includes the Caribbean Public Health Agency. It includes the Caribbean Broadcasting Union. It's a whole range of persons. The regional security system, which was needed during the pandemic in order to move people between countries. So imagine when we had the volcanic eruption and you have hurricanes, but islands had borders closed in order to protect themselves during the pandemic. We have something called the regional security system that allowed the experts to be able to move from country to country. So I say this because we need to have established mechanisms. And this is where the cruise has helped us tremendously by helping us, the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, to establish legislation. We developed model legislation for the hydrometeorological services. We also developed strategic plans, which include national framework for weather, water, and climate services. And that's the mechanism whereby you can bring within your country all of the stakeholders together and discuss what does our hazard situation look like? What are the observations that we need? And in the Caribbean, we are a tiny island surrounded by a large ocean. So we are looking to things like the SOF to help us with marine observations that we do need. We have upstream from us a large ocean, where a lot of our hurricanes come from. But we also include as well I'm sorry, that was my timing cue for myself to end here. And I just wanted to say that I would like to say a very big thanks to all of you for allowing me to have this platform to describe for you what the Caribbean is experiencing and some of the tools that we're putting in place to help us to meet those challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arlene. So we're very grateful to the French government for hosting us today on their pavilion. We're also very grateful to the French government for their leadership on this topic of early warning, already starting at COP27 in Paris, where they launched the cruise initiative. So I'm very pleased to have our next speaker, because he's central to these efforts. Ambassador for Climate Change of France, Stéphane Crouzat. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, John. Distinguished guests, real pleasure to have you on the French pavilion. Ah, d'ailleurs, je crois que je parle français, n'est-ce pas? Sur le pavillon français. Voilà, très bien. Donc merci à nos...
I am on the French pavilion. Thank you to our interpreters for this interpreting. Thank you, Jen, and all the secretariat for all the work you do. You know, cruise. We love to think that it's our baby. We've launched that during COP21. So cruise is really at the intersection of questions concerning the reduction of the risks and questions related to the climate. This is why it's so interesting to see that in 2015 it was Sendai and COP21. This is where we've launched cruise. Since cruise has changed, it showed its role in the international landscape with important partners in terms of finances, but also NDRR, for example, the World Bank, the World Meteorological Organization. And what is original, interesting with this initiative is that it's not an initiative that creates something heavy, complicated. Quite the contrary, it uses the existing competences of different existing organizations to make them work in an optimal way together. And we'll see it completely when you go to Geneva, where the Cruise Secretariat is located in the premises of the World Meteorological Organizations, and that all this creates a synergy of works which allows the cruise to be very efficient, effective. What's important too, it's money, of course. We managed to find $100 million since the very beginning, and in different parts of the world. Mr. Minister, you have mentioned what you're doing in Mozambique. Congratulations for your leadership in this area, and we are very happy of the fact that we've launched within Cruise an initiative for €5 million that will concern all the great part of Africa to develop meteorological tools, to develop capacities. We are happy to see that in the Caribbean we have so many interests on the professionals side to develop the capacities in the Caribbean. We work with the cruise project since 2019 with the Caribbeans for €7 million. We've added $1 million this year to this project. I think France, we've announced our Secretary of State said at the UN that we would double our contribution for cruise. Now it's going to be €8 million, and very happy to see that there are many other partners who are interested not only in an abstract way, but also with money. They participate. They want, for example, Canada has announced recently $10 million for this initiative that the EU will also at 10 million euro for cruise. So it is a growing initiative because it showed its effectiveness, its reactivity, and it falls within the initiative that Manny, you have mentioned at the beginning of your speech, of the UN Secretary General that aims at that all the vulnerable populations will be covered by early information before 2017. It's a challenge that we can take on together, and I hope we're going to succeed.
Merci, ambassadeur, pour le.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your support and for your leadership. This is highly appreciated. We'll now switch to yet another aspect around the way we should work with the private sector. We're lucky enough to have two leaders with us today, with Mr. Patrick Benichou from Météo France International, who will present work, talking French now, by the way.
Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the panel, dear guests, it's a pleasure for me to be here today. I'm very grateful to the French government of hosting this event and leaving place to the private sector. I'm Patrick Benichou, the chairman of Météo France International, which is a private entity under public capital, which is a bit original. What I would like to show today is the bus approach. As you can see, what we did in the past, let's say 10 years, is try to change the expectation of the developing world into a working concept. I mean that we have a lot of political statement, we have a lot of funding mechanism in the world for the benefit of the med services or disaster management organization. But what we believe ourselves is that we as the private sector should work on the side of the public sector to leave no one behind. And for leaving no one behind, we need to address the so-called value chain of meteorology and warning. And this value chain includes basic infrastructure, observation systems, data processing, forecasting, and of course, service delivery and warnings. And this should come along with a long-term vision for the region. So this is about technical aspects, but this is not enough. What is missing is, let's say, the non-technical aspects and the human components. You can lead to nowhere if you do not include, let's say, the local people in the endeavor. And including them is about ownership, is about capacity building, is about change management, it's about reorganization of the public organization to make them, let's say, a significant public player in their government. So this is exactly what we have been doing in the past 10, 20 years, and I would say with a certain success. We are a leader now in integrated projects across the med value chain. I am very happy to see that Your Excellency Minister of Telecommunication and Transport in Mozambique mentioned our name in this respect. But for instance, we have been working and we are completing a big project in Angola next door to Mozambique, addressing the full value chain. For those who know this kind of countries, they are very challenging countries and the need is very strong. So managing to reach a 3-year objective in countries like this is really a challenge, and this challenge can be met because of a unique design, build, operate approach. Means that we are the single point of contact of the local government, and we address the full spectrum of activities that are needed to implement a complex project, because meteorology is complex, finally. We are also working in Indonesia for the second time in our life, and I'm very happy to see that after the first, I would say, emancipation project a few years ago, we are now reaching more sophisticated aspects like impact-based forecast, and we are actually implementing the risk equation based on vulnerability, capacity, and weather hazard all across Indonesia. This would be visible next year, for instance. And finally, we just launched a big project in Côte d'Ivoire last month. Of course, Jean-Louis Moulot from Sodexam will comment about this, across the value chain as well. So means that we are having some experience and capacity to address this and to be the interlocutor of the highest representative of the government in the countries. Now taking us, if we come to the early warning system, of course we have some, let's say, references in this field, and we developed an early warning system in Argentina. I'm happy to see Celeste Saulo here. In South Africa, for instance, but also in dozens of countries in addition to this. But now what we can see is that if we really want to address the early warning, in, let's say, aspect of things, as Mami Mizutori was saying, I mean, we need to address a wider spectrum of activities, not only the meteorological value chain, but also the early action value chain, and we need to handle different time scales. I mean, the risk knowledge, preparedness is something, but the meteorological monitoring, forecasting is something else. And at the end of the day, early action is the last thing that will make the system effective. So embracing this early warning, early action value chain as a whole is something that we think is very much needed. And it means that we also need to address different public organizations, not only the NMHSs, but also the disaster management organizations, civil security, or major municipalities when it's needed. So we need now to bring different actors together. So it means the local public organization, the financing agencies, and the UN agencies as well. And we need to take into account the impact of the bad weather more and more systematically, hence the need to make the impact-based warning something common in the next years. Now coming back to the UN initiative, you know, I met the WMO Secretary General in April, and the first question he asked me is, what do you think about the UN Secretary General initiative? And immediately I told him, okay, it's very noble, and of course everyone should be mobilized on this, but we need, I mean, you will not reach any outcome within 5 years if you don't go PPP. I mean, this is the only way for me to reach that. And I started thinking about this, and we came up with the so-called WALL initiative, which is the Warning for All approach, which is now supported by more than 15 countries after one single meeting. So I think that we are creating a momentum on this. The main goal is to bring high-level principles that would help secure the United Nations initiative in a timely, effective, and sustainable way. And those three adjectives are very important to us. And of course, try to find the appropriate way of financing this. We heard about $1 billion in your speech, Mrs. Mitsutori, but I think that we need to arrange these financing facilities in such a way that it sticks to the way we want to implement this in this 5-year period. So we came along with only four principles. But those principles you will see that are simple and challenging. One is to target projects across the full early warning, early action value chain. Very easy to say, but there is no such initiative so far, or very limited. So how to make this happen and take this opportunity, which is a unique opportunity, to build less projects, but more effective projects, including technical aspects, non-technical aspects, and taking into account vulnerability data and all high-quality data that we can gather to make this early warning initiative a success. Second principle is to dare go to the PPE design, build, operate approach, because we think that this is the only way to reach outcome in a very limited period. For this, we strongly recommend not to design each and every project in a very detailed way, but to keep at a high level, let's say, specification and principle. For instance, high level principle is granting the sovereignty of states in the field of warning insurance, for instance. And based on those high level principle and specification, let's say consortia or let's say private players can apply and eventually be qualified. So this is what we recommend to the UN agencies to save time. You will see later on that the consortia can be mixed public and private. And last but not least, set up the fitted financial mechanism. We have a lot of financial mechanism in the picture right now. World Bank, SOF, cruise, and so on. We just mentioned about cruise, which is a very effective solution, but they are not compliant yet with this concept of embracing the full early warning, early action value cycle. So we really expect some discussion to take place to see how the financing mechanism and the implementation way for this UN initiative can be aligned. MFI, Météo France International as such, would be ready to lead a consortium to make a proof of concept for this. And in this case, we would involve Predict Services, who will give the next speech, and other French entities to support this whole approach in some area of responsibility. What you can see here, and I will not comment too much on this, is that we know how to push this forward. We know how we could move forward in such high-level principle would be approved or at least considered in the near future. So just to finish with, we have a declaration signed from 15 countries, which is valid. I'm very happy that after the meetings with WMO, the technical conference in October, after the Region 6 meeting last week, we are creating a momentum, and this approach is now more and more acknowledged. I am a little bit positively surprised to see that although I thought that this speech was intended to create the momentum and to get the approval or let's say the interest, to raise the interest of people, I can see that your speech and your Excellency's speech as well already mentioned this whole initiative. I am very, very proud of this. But in any case, whether you are, let's say, a UN agency, a funding agency, or a national med service or disaster management organization, just be another brick in the wall and join the momentum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. And I hope you're all as convinced as I am that how important these institutions are, how the work that Météo France International is doing is going to be central to the success of this early warning fall initiative. So from these efforts to modernize the international meteorological organizations, we're now going to hear sort of some innovative tools in risk information and impact-based forecasting. So I'm very happy to invite Alex Rumignac from Predict.
Mesdames, Messieurs, je suis...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be amongst you, with you, invited by this French pavilion, and the context and the continuity of what was just presented by Patrick and the introduction made by Mami and of the different speakers. We've seen through the meaning and the sense of these early warning systems. We'll try to get back to this global aspect that is asked to these systems. And as introduced by Mani at the beginning of the conference, it is important to have a global approach and to move from early warning to early action. So what I'm going to try to present you quickly here is everything that the French know-how has realized in the last 20 years. We've been at the Météo International, research organizations, Airbus and others, what they brought us to this wall throughout the whole chain. To create a good system of early warning, you have to know the risks, as said before. You have to work on the preparation of all the action plans that will allow, when the messages are sent to the population, to adopt the right attitudes and actions. Everything that concerns the detection, the monitoring, the predictions, and Patrick has showed all that is brought by Météo française international at the national, international level. And finally, to finish with the dissemination of this warning that will go down to the populations with instructions about the right attitudes to adopt. We have, as said before, we've experienced in Europe and in France concepts that are at the heart today of what, as said the Secretary General of the UN asked, and that was reinforced yesterday. Meaning, first of all, the action plan. Warning, a meteorological warning is useful only if it's associated with actions, attitudes that are consistent with the risk, like flood risks. But as said by our colleague from the Caribbean, all the other risks, we should not forget that these systems of early warning concern the meteorological risks, but also seismic risks, tsunami risks, and other risks. So this aspect of upstream preparation with action plan preparations is extremely important to make these systems efficient, effective. The second part, on which beaucoup of things have been done, we're talking about a system of monitoring, meteorological monitoring. I will not repeat everything that has been presented by Patrick just before me, and all the know-how that has been developed in many countries throughout the world. This together with the World Meteorological Organization. And the last aspect, very important, the famous one, last kilometer, the tools, the methods, the know-how, the technological knowledge is, and also the transfer of competences is very important, to have at the local level decisions that are relevant in terms of mobile applications, for example, for the populations, platforms, SMS sending. This is something, experience that is very important to share. All these systems today have been for 20 years, as said before, operation, whether it's in France or in the world. But the projects of knowledge transfers have already started. We are now in Morocco. We are finalizing the transfer of competences of a tool, an exhaustive tool that goes up till the safeguarding of the population, thanks and actions together with the Spatial European Agency on all the Indian Ocean, including the Seychelles, the Madagascar, Africa. The project is called COSPARIN. It's been there for 2 years. It gives at your disposal infos coming from satellites, which allows to the meteorological services to predict rains and big other risks, hydrometeorological. I will also quote Gadelapli, another project that is present in Haiti. This, thanks to the climate observatory, we give to the disposal to the direction of civil protection, a platform that allows to anticipate all the risk in Haiti and to implement safeguarding actions. To finish this intervention, examples that bring lots of satisfaction to the populations, that proves us that these initiatives of early warning for all that has been launched forces us all to be present, to be able to contribute to this initiative. And as said Patrick, we are at the disposals of the UN and the World Meteorological Organization and to all the people that would like to contribute to this initiative and to bring our break to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. I was fortunate to work a bit with Predict in a previous life in the Caribbean. It's a extremely interesting set of tools you provide, and we really look forward to future collaboration again with you moving forward. As I mentioned earlier on, we're very fortunate to have with us the Director General of Sodexam from Côte d'Ivoire, who's going to be able to present to us a very concrete example of what this looks like in the context of a West African country. Mr. Mullo, the floor is yours.
Monsieur le ministre, distingués participants.
Dear Minister, distinguished participants, thanks to the French Pavilion for organizing this event that gives us the opportunity to share our experiences from Ivory Coast when it comes to PPP, to private partnership, private-public.
And the second one would be the warning for all. That set the context. For the med services of some developing countries like Côte d'Ivoire, the main challenge will be to upgrade first the skills and then the capacities in order to be able to deliver the expected level of services to the populations and the public sector. Second, we have to deal with an evolving environment where the private sector has an increasing role and can, in some cases, provide important financial resources. We must acknowledge the fact that the public-private partnership in our field have produced positive effects, positive results in some countries. As we all know, although the national med services are members of the same broad community, there are many differences in the level and quality of the services they provide. Those gaps can be explained by the lack of equipment, of training, but also sometimes by the insufficient awareness of public decision makers who don't sense the impact that a very efficient med service can have on the economic and social development of a country. In that regard, I would like to commend the Minister of Mozambique, who showed a great commitment of his country to the head of state and to the Ministry of Transport. For example, in Côte d'Ivoire, on a scale of 4 established by the WMO, our med service has a rate of 2, meaning that right now we provide essential meteorological services, but we are not as effective as we would like to be. And we could be better in terms of early warning and mitigation of climate risks. In order to close the protection gap, we would need first a strong political will shown by the decision makers to consider the strengthening of our med service as a national priority, which has been done in Côte d'Ivoire. I will talk later about the Vigiclim project. Then there's an opportunity with the UNSG Early Warning for All initiative, which executive action plan calls for new targeted investment of $3.1 billion between 2023 and 2027, as the special representative mentioned earlier. This is for us a unique opportunity to take action at the local, national, and international level with the involvement of the private sector and also the development banks, who also have a role to play. Thus, we have to reinforce the value chain of the MET services from the acquisition and exchange of data to the service provided in order to deliver the growing services expected by the private and public actors. But we also need to take into account the positive role that the private sector can have in terms of building a more homogeneous international MET community. But prior to that, one needs to define a clear legal framework. Our country is currently writing its code to that effect. The development of public-private partnership is a very efficient way to help close the gap. And I would like to underline the positive example of partnership between MFI and Sodexam, a project funded by the French Development Agency, that is a premiere, for an amount of 30 million euros. This important project will help us to upgrade our infrastructure and have meteorological station in every region of the country, so have a better coverage, and to provide also more accurate services to the community and the private sectors, thanks to new application and skills enhancements. So initiatives such as Cruise and Warning for All can have a positive impact. First, by fostering the development of partnerships, notably through the exchange of data. Also by developing specific products to suit the specific needs of the private sector, whether it is in public works, insurance, agriculture. And thus, it will help mobilize private funds for the development of the MET services. It can help also create opportunities for a dialogue between the multiple stakeholders, public sector, private sector, research, at a national and international level. In that regard, I'm convinced that the partnership established between Sodexam and MFI is already a successful one, because it's the first time that the French Development Agency finances a MET project. And this successful model can easily be duplicated in neighboring countries, and we are more than willing to help in that regard. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Director General.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur Général. Mesdames et Messieurs, j'étais impressionné, j'espère que vous l'êtes aussi, par les panélistes aujourd'hui. C'est de l'inspiration, mais aussi des choses très concrètes.
Forward, so if I can ask you to thank the panel one more time for all their presentations and their input today. And if I can leave you for one more takeaway message, if we're going to seize the opportunity of this early warning for all plan, we're going to have to do it together. We're going to have to do it across the public and private sector. And I think that today we initiated a dialogue that I'm hoping will continue moving forward, and we're going to see a lot more of this interaction in the future. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you all.
5. Hello, Kane. Just 1 second because I can't hear you right now.
Video the president. So I'm just going to video the president. I cannot video the president. Just met the president of Senegal. Understood. Very good. Very good.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Test. Juste, voilà. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Test. Okay. And can you please speak to hear you, Master? Yes. Yes. He must speak to you. هو يهضر باش نسمعو. Mais il était avec elle. Non, non. Il était avec elle sur WhatsApp. Ah, voilà. Donc, il était sur WhatsApp. Il était sur WhatsApp. Donc, de toutes les façons, notre micro, il est bien. Donc, il y a le verre. Voilà. J'avais déposé la caméra tout à l'heure ici. C'est juste pour. C'était encombrant avec le trépied et tout. Le micro, ça va être la télé. Comme d'habitude. Voilà. Tu parles, c'est votre micro. Ah, voilà, exactement. C'est pour éviter des problèmes. Donc j'avais mis. Voilà, c'est identique au système réseau. Donc c'est celui de. Parce qu'il y a celui de la caméra. Okay, voilà, donc le microphone là, soit ça, soit l'autre. Donc c'est le microphone qui est là. Donc il y a deux. Il y a deux micros. Au moins qui captent. Exactement. Donc quand vous allez parler, c'est transparent et c'est. Voilà, donc ça va sortir vers l'écran. Donc là, voilà, je cherche juste, exactement, je cherche juste. Tac, tac, tac. Normalement, sélection haut-parleur, voilà, c'est digital output, c'est MS display. Voilà, c'est l'écran. Exactement. Donc pour le micro, c'est le micro du PC. Il y a aussi le micro du caméra. La caméra ajustée, oui. Ah, non. Il utilise, voilà, exactement. Il utilise la caméra, exactement, oui. C'est bizarre parce que depuis tout à l'heure, je me suis dit que voilà, donc on va choisir la caméra, voilà, acheter, utiliser, machin. Donc, là, je me suis dit, on règle le truc du son et puis après, donc, caméra. Non, c'est pas grave, parce que là, on peut changer. Donc, voilà. Installez-vous, donc, je vais... Oui. Allez, je l'ai avancé. On l'avait avancé parce que là, la lumière, pas ça. Pour avoir un retard, c'est comment ça, c'est quoi ce niveau? Ah, il faut pas. Non, ça va être bien. Non. Non, c'est juste tout à l'heure, il était avancé un tout petit peu, on l'a reculé. Alors maintenant, on va avec. Voilà, donc on va descendre un peu, un petit peu. Là, c'est mieux. Ouais. Ça, c'est. Là, c'est ça. Parce que là, quand je regarde, regardez, quand je regarde la caméra, ça va, il n'y a pas de... Juste agrandir. Vous pouvez agrandir? Ça, c'est bien, ça. Là, non? Regarde donc, afficher. Épingler. Tac, voilà. Comme ça. Alors je regarde donc la caméra. Si maintenant regardez, regardez l'ex, qu'est-ce que ça donne?
Ça se voit que vous voyez même
Parce
il
qu'il y a
n'y a, pas
toujours
une
ça.
voilà, il n'y a pas une grande différence.
Comme ça. Ne regardez pas l'écran. Regardez toujours votre écran là. D'accord. Ah oui, c'est d'accord. Donc alors quand je suis comme ça, est-ce que...
C'est comme si vous voyez les gens. Parce que
ça
les
c'est
gens,
bon. Quand je fais... Non, maintenant.
vous prendre en photo comme ça vous allez.
Ah oui, ça serait bien.
Parce que les gens, ça c'est sûr que vous voyez jamais quelqu'un.
Ouais. Bonjour, blablabla. Ok. Pour éviter de tourner la tête, par contre. Ah oui, je tourne pas la tête. Non. Oui,
Exactement.
Oui. Non, attends, parce qu'il y a une chose que je n'ai pas activée ici, c'est où ça?
Activer.
Ah, non, c'est bon, là. Non, c'était ça que je voulais faire.
C'est-à-dire la dernière fois j'avais mis contrôle si vous perdez le curseur.
Ça c'est bon.
Contrôle comme ça donc vous.
Ah, parfait, donc là. Voilà. D'accord? Alexandre, recréer que...
La partie réalisée.
C'est quoi?
Mais ça c'est normal, c'est dans l'écran.
D'accord.
Vous voyez, c'est pas comme...
Donc, moi, il faut voir sur les lunettes ce que je suis en train de dire.
Non. Parce que tout le monde a un PC devant lui, il faut voir. Donc,
non, parce que... attendez, si j'enlève ça, ça ne change rien.
Comment?
You? Attends, vas-y. Non, attends,
là on a un accès au microphone comme l'ordinateur, qu'est-ce qu'il veut? Et quoi?
Appelez-le, maintenant on a encore un peu de temps là. خليه هذا comme ça. Ne bougez pas, donc comme ça.
Comme ça c'est encore mieux.
Voilà, c'est ça.
Me on WhatsApp a question? Yes. What was your request?
2016.
What do you mean? You want to test it?
Oui, ça change. Je dois pas le rester comme ça.
I'm not sure I understand the request. Let me put you through my colleague who specializes in IT. Maybe you can explain your request to me.
Hi. Hello.
Kane. Hi, Kane. Can you tell us again?
Hi, Kane. Hello. Can you please tell me what about the microphone? What's the problem with? I don't hear you, Ken.
I think the network is not very good. Can you maybe?
Yes, the microphone of the microphone installed in the laptop.
What do you mean by microphone?
Do you hear us?
We have the microphone of the laptop.
Laptop, yes.
Is there anything? that's okay for you now that we, if we...
Yeah, I'm just saying it would be good to access a microphone.
What do you mean by microphone? You're already using the microphone of the laptop.
Laptop, yes.
Is there anything else you're thinking of?
We have two microphones. We have no. We have two microphones. In our case, we have two microphones. One of the laptop and the other of the camera.
Which one do you want us to use?
And all of them are good. Okay. So it's gonna be right. What? Yes, yes.
Can we disconnect and then Can we disconnect and then say words on the Zoom so that we can check we can hear you, please?
I can't. It's currently live streaming. So if you were to speak, if I was to speak, I would be affected the live stream.
Well, anyway. All right. So talk to you later then.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Speak to you later. Thank you. J'enlève le M. C'est bon comme ça. Je change rien. Je le laisse as is.
T'enlèves juste... non, le son, c'est le son.
Ok.
Patricia, can you hear us?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start in a few minutes. We're just waiting for the French Minister of State to arrive. So we'll be able to start around 2:15. Thank you so much. Je vois. So just in terms of rules of engagement, this side event will be in English. There's a translation for those who'd like to listen to the French. It's also live streamed on YouTube with both French and English. So feel free to put on the headphones. Good afternoon, everyone. I really apologize about the delay. I think we're going to start. We're still waiting for one of our keynote speakers, Her Excellency Dr. Zakharopoulou, Minister of State for Development. But I suggest we start, and she'll hit the ground running. So just a few words of introduction from my side. I'm really glad on behalf of the French team to welcome you on the French Pavilion on one of the first side events that's actually launching 2 intense weeks showcasing France's partners and climate action. Just to introduce myself, I'm the country head of AFD in Egypt, Clémence Vidal de la Blache. Again, reminding you of the rules of engagement, we'll have this event in English, but it's live streamed in French and English on a YouTube channel, and translation services are available if you'd like. So to set the scene briefly for our conversation this afternoon, I'm sure you've heard over the past 48 hours of some of the climate challenges, and the video that was showcased by the presidency was very striking in the introduction session yesterday. These challenges play in a very specific way in the Mediterranean region. It's considered to be by IPCC a climate hotspot, where climate impacts are both accelerated and heightened. Temperatures in the Mediterranean, in the North African region, actually are deemed to be rising 20% faster than global averages. And food security, water security are already being eroded on account of these climate impacts. All of those trends are heightening existing socioeconomic vulnerabilities, impacting rural areas, impacting women. These climate risks are a challenge that are shared by both sides of the Mediterranean Sea. And so resilience is a key issue to achieve our common goals in the region, to address territorial inequalities, and more broadly to promote regional stability. So through today's discussion, what we wanted to do was to highlight a solutions agenda promoted by a diverse ecosystem of partners. And if there's anything that you take home from my very brief introduction, I want it to be one of these 3 messages. One, bilateral cooperation today goes beyond government-to-government action. I think I've lost the mic. So one, bilateral cooperation goes beyond G2G action. We need to reach out, we need to engage, we need to leverage private sector, non-state actors, local authorities, and all of them will be represented and have a voice in today's conversation. 2, we need to build coalitions, and we'll hear from Her Excellency Dr. Rania Al-Mashat, who's gracing the panel with her presence today, around how Egypt is going about building such coalitions on key sectors like energy, like food security and water. And 3, there's a lot to showcase, a lot happening in the region with the potential for Mediterranean expertise to be built up, for example, on water management or renewable energies. So Your Excellency, Dr. Al-Mashat, Minister of Cooperation for the Arab Republic of Egypt, Your Excellency, Dr. Zakharopoulou, French Minister of State for Development, Monsieur Muselier, President de la Région PACA, dear friends and colleagues, we're very honored to be kicking off our conversation with your 3 keynote speeches, and then they'll be followed by 2 solutions-oriented panels, one focusing on actors and one showcasing or highlighting projects. So without further ado, I leave the floor to Dr. Rania Al-Mashat. Thank you again for being with us today.
Well, thank you very much, Clémence. And let me start by saluting my dear colleague, friend, Minister Chris, and the French government under the leadership of President Macron, doing so much when it comes to climate finance. We've been attending many sessions together since the annual meetings, actually, where the leadership of France has been very, very key. Key in trying to create availing SDRs for innovative ways of pushing forward the climate agenda. And when we talk about the climate agenda, it is not linked to one region versus the other. Everybody has to benefit, because at the end of the day, if we are doing our role correctly, then the spillover is in other countries as well. And that's what we saw in the movie you mentioned on the first day. And that is the spirit of the nationally determined contributions. So all of us nationally are trying to put together our nationally determined contributions to be able to contribute to the global goals. Let me take from what you mentioned, Clémence, your 3 points, extremely important. The first one is that bilateral cooperation is where things start, but it doesn't end there. I take the example of our very strong strategic relationship with the French government, AFD and the government of France, very important partnerships, very important projects. These projects have also been benefiting the private sector in the country. So many of the implementation of these projects has been to the private sector, and all of us know that the private sector is the highest employer in any country. The other point is that also through bilateral cooperation, we are also able to expand so that your financing is availed to private sector companies and to entrepreneurship. The minister was just telling me she met youth who have great ideas. So part of the cooperation also is directed towards entrepreneurship, towards pushing the youth towards private sector engagement. And then you mentioned the importance of country platforms. And let me here mention from Glasgow to Sharm el-Sheikh. In Glasgow, the focus was on South Africa's JETP, the Just Energy Transition Platform, a very important initiative by the G7, led by France also. And the idea is let's help the countries, if they have a strategy, push forward and accelerate their vision. In our case, we are not a coal consumer, and hence we did not qualify to be JETP country. But we have a very clear climate strategy, we have our NDCs, and we have identified projects. And that's where we put together Egypt's country platform for the nexus of water, food, and energy, pronounced as NOAFI. NOAFI means from pledges to implementation. So when we say this is a COP of implementation, we have in this platform different financing tools, be it grants, concessional, debt swaps, technical advisory, all of this to catalyze private sector engagement, and it is done with our international partners. So we have AFD with us on several of the projects, we have the multilateral development banks, we have GFANs, and so in the spirit of Together for Implementation, the idea of the platform is to actually show that we can go from ambition to action. And countries need to be very clear about their vision, need to be very clear about the engagement of private sector and the international community, and need to be very clear how we are going to disclose the outcomes of the platform. Today we have a signing of NOAFI and also EPACT, and let me mention what EPACT is. EPACT is Egypt Partnership Agreements for the Climate Transition. France has worked very closely with Egypt on sustainable transport, on water waste management projects, and what the beauty of your partnership is that you are able to provide grant components which actually push forward and accelerate the work on different projects. So just to summarize, when you mentioned alliances, alliances mean responsibility. Countries have a responsibility to be clear, to create the environment for action. Multilateral development banks and ODA need to be available for countries that are serious. And also, all of us need to work towards engaging the private sector, because we all know that public finance is not enough when it comes to the amount of finance we need globally. I look forward to more work with AFD and more work with the French government. Very happy to have my colleague Chris as my partner. So I think with two women on board, we will be able to do wonders going forward. And welcome to all of you here at COP27, the COP of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rania El-Mashat. I'm happy to now give the floor to Dr. Zakharopoulou, French Minister of State for Development, International Partnerships and Francophonie.
Merci beaucoup, merci. Rania, only for you, I'm going to speak in English because, you know, I'm Minister of Francophonie, but exceptionally, As we are in Egypt, and as Rania, we have to tell you first of all, merci pour l'hospitalité. Pour l'organisation.
Thank you for your hospitality and for organizing this COP27 in your country. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends.
To be here on the French pavilion to open this event. And of course it is an opportunity to highlight the incredible strength and diversity of our cooperation. That means of France, Europe, Egypt and North Africa countries on climate issue. And I like to say also, to introduce Monsieur Mussolègue, that he's a doctor like me and a politician, but that he did a lot of things in his region, president of the region, on climate issue. So I think it is very important that we have this discussion today regarding our cooperation on climate with the North Africa countries, that at the end of the story it is the Mediterranean, this that unite all of us. The first reason, as I said, is that here in Egypt is a country that it makes a lot of steps, and we see that you try to make the transitions better you can. And this is not, if you choose to organize the COP27, it's a sign that you send to all the humanity. So Egypt's leadership put the spotlights on the many climate changes faced by North Africa, because we speak a lot of sub-Saharan, but it's good to speak also what is happening in this zone. The second reason is that the climate solution as a cornerstone of our new Euro-African partnership. Our cooperation on climate is a way to build bridges between the two continents, and also it is important for our youth and the creation of the future jobs. Unfortunately, the final reason what is particularly relevant to speak about climate cooperation between us and North Africa is that the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change. Temperatures are rising 20% faster than global averages, with a very high risk of water distress. Climate-related disasters are also very frequent. Droughts, heat waves, but also floods. For example, in Egypt, with the floods in Alexandria last winter. So, if we want to tackle these challenges of the transition, we need to handle two issues at the same time, and this is valuable for North, but also for South. On the one hand, all the politicians, all the policies, and the challenges is that we have to make the green transition, but on the other hand, what type of transition? With social equity and social justice. So the goal of this transition will be we have not to leave no one behind, and this is the most difficult, I think, challenge for all the governments and for all the society. So that's why when I was in South Africa, I said to our partners that the JET-P, Just Energy Transition, this is how we can achieve to have a just transition. So, how we can implement, my dear Rania, these two objectives, and how we can do it with our partners in North Africa. We have already a cooperation very strong and very dense, but our development agency, AFD, is active across the 5 countries: Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, and of course Egypt. We have double the activity of the agency in the region over the past 5 years to reach 1.4 billion euros in 2019, nearly 10% of its activity worldwide. More than 5.4 million people will benefit in the long term from our project in the region. And specifically on climate, all our development projects in this area, in North Africa, are consistent and everywhere with the Paris Agreement. So 50% of our development finance in Africa includes climate co-benefits. So in countries like yours, our performance is even higher. In Egypt, 80% of our development finance benefits to the climate. So we are totally we agree totally how we have to go forward. But the reality of France climate action in North Africa is not just about big statistics, it is first and foremost about concrete projects to the benefit, of course, of the population. In Egypt, we financed the construction of 7 renewable energy production facilities in solar and wind. We provide early funding to the National Renewable Energy Agency, but also we support Egypt's adaptation plan and project. So, to sum up, Egypt has a lot of ambition projects on climate that is correct, that is just, and France is committed to support them. But not only to support, but I think that it's an opportunity also to learn many things. Because supporting you, the ideas that were coming from your country, from North Africa, can also be useful for us. So I'm very happy that we are going to work together, and in this year we will see each other because the challenge that we have, it is a global challenge and we need a global solution. Merci.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I'm very happy to introduce our last keynote speaker, Renaud Muselier, président de la région Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur.
Bien, bonjour à vous.
Good morning everyone, good afternoon. Dear Minister, thank you for welcoming us at this French pavilion. It's a great honor to be here during COP27, and that's the right moment to tell things, to remind about them, and to talk about our relations between both benches of the Mediterranean Sea. I would like to welcome the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Europe. I've been your predecessor in this ministry. It's a huge project, a beautiful ministry, a wonderful tool for France, for peace in the world, and for the Mediterranean Sea, of course. Our region, Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, I've been its president for a couple of years. We are very committed when it comes to this topic. We've created the Mediterranean Union that allows us to develop urban areas alongside the Mediterranean benches. We have federated different networks. We're deeply committed when it comes to climate action. I had the opportunity to support and to accompany Mr. Macron because we've been working from 2017 on with an energy plan and a budget plan with 20% in 2017, then 40%, 50% and 100% of our budget in 2023 that is to be dedicated to sustainable development. So that's the first green budget in Europe. Having said that, this gives us the opportunity to develop ideas and to remind important things. First, don't throw money over the windows. 2, work with the right networks. 3, install the right financial pipelines, just as here with concrete and tangible actions and results on fields. The regions are the best placed to do to go on with the last chapter. The states determine the strategies, the political strategies and the financial modalities, but the regions are to have the last word, the last yard, the last kilometer. So we've been working together, we've integrated the R20 being regions around the world, with their representative is about to take the floor. The most grateful when it comes to the development of their territories, the most recognized, the best in class. Simultaneously, in the we work with the Mediterranean Union that's piloted by Nasser Kamel, my good friend from Egypt. His work is outstanding. That's the fruit of the Barcelona process, which has evolved under Mr. Chirac's presidency. I remember these days. It has been piloted in Spain by Nasser Kamel. And that's the fruit of this project. Over time, because that's an old story, they've gained credibility in the Mediterranean, around the Mediterranean Sea. Mr. Macron has launched another initiative with the Mediterranean Sea development. We are following within it with the brief. The brief is a tool, a financial tool, that has been built upon a very simple idea. In Nice, Toulouse or Marseille, the first industrial port in France. You have Toulon as well, the first military port in Europe. Historically speaking, they have made their regions and their countries rich, but the inhabitants don't like them because of pollution, because of noise. People don't like boats, don't like luxury cruises, etc. So people stop loving ports. We've put 30 million euros to electrify ships, but that means ships have to change their engines and they have to plug in to charge. You've worked with General Electrics. A cruise ship, when it shows over in Toulon, that switches the whole city off. You know, it's not a small engine, it's not a laptop, it's a huge electric ship. But what we've realized is people in Corsica have the same problem, because there are ships cruising from Marseille to Corsica. They have the same issue in Algeria or Tunisia. So under the authority of Mr. Macron, with the support of the AFD, because that means money, we have to make international cooperation when it comes to the pipelines to help people on field with structured projects and accessible and eligible projects, financially speaking, but not always easy to put in place for the companies that are in charge of importations. That's what we are trying to put in place.
The FD to collect €1 billion, so we have good funds with positive ecological aspect, let's say. So it's a methodology and some mechanics that shows that on the basis of a long fallback solution taken in an old COP, something very far away from the citizens, something we don't even remember, we don't even understand, we end up by obtaining finances that allows us to change the engines in the boats, the organization of harbors, and to reduce the smoke and to switch to a nice strategic development of harbors that are inside the cities. I'm talking about it because I see the discussions with the ecologists at the times when the Marseille was actually built. They came rowing, then came petrol. I'm simplifying, of course. We started with coal, then fuel. Now we're going to go to hydrogen. So there is evolution everywhere. We don't know boats. That's a one possibility. So that is going to cut out the Mediterranean Sea from civilization. Well, we grew up around this sea altogether. That includes Egypt. We have the same mechanics, but now it's federated around AFD, COP, and all the international tools that we give at the disposal of our citizens to start to build electric boats, which is a hope for our life system when it comes to take trips or to visit the world. I always try myself to find good solutions, and I will stop here because before you start yelling at me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monsieur Muselier.
It's a very solution-oriented discussion, but first I'd like to invite our three keynote speakers for a first family picture, and then I'll invite also the other panelists to join them on stage. If I can ask the panelists to join for the other panelists to join for a family picture, and then we'll move to the. So our friends from Schneider, NG. Thank you so much. So I'll now call to the floor our first panelists. Unity in diversity, a dense ecosystem to support climate action. And the idea here is really to start getting into the solutions agenda, to talk about how different actors, private companies, development finance institutions, investment finance institutions are contributing to some of the challenges that we discussed. I'll briefly introduce, so in terms of, again, rules of engagement, we have our third panelist, Mr. Taufiki, who is online, as he's not able he wasn't able to join in person, so from Morocco, so he'll be speaking through a link. Let me start by introducing Gilles Vermaux-Desroches, Chief Corporate Citizenship Officer and Institutional Affairs Senior Vice President at Schneider Electric. I'm going to, since we're running slightly behind schedule, I'm just going to go straight into the discussion. I'll ask one or two questions, maybe ask you to try and keep a 5-minute, roughly 5-minute speaking time, so that hopefully we'll be able to take questions from the floor as well. So Gilles, Schneider Electric is a global leader in the digital transformation of energy management and has been at a corporate level spearheading calls for accelerated action for an equitable transition to net zero that Her Excellency Dr. Zacharopoulou was mentioning as one of our joint challenges. Very concretely, you have a number of projects in the region, in Egypt, in the rest of North Africa. So how does a French multinational group like Schneider contribute to the region's transition? And also maybe kind of in a more inward-looking discussion, how do you align your own CSR practices with this mandate?
Thank you. Hello? Yes? Oui. I'm happy to share with you some inputs from the experience of Schneider Electric. Yes, we are a French company and now a worldwide company with a lot of action in many continents. And what we are doing here around the Mediterranean, it's certainly a particular close to the pitch of the two ministers and Renaud Muselier. I would like to share with you 3 things linked to a lot of pictures that I have in mind, linked to the programs that we have locally, and to demonstrate how this collaboration, it's a win-win attitude. In fact, I would like to shift to the visions that we had in the past, that, okay, the states, the region, the public sector is contributing to the development, and he asks the company to have commitment. But for our company, yes, it's a question of commitment, sustainability, CSR. But we need to progress, to shift to, it's a question in the reality of business as usual. We have to go in development in the manner that we go to the business, if we would like to develop and to leverage. And I would like to keep only in 4 minutes 3 words: ambition, access, and affordability. About ambition, we are in a time where 10,000, 20,000 big worldwide companies are in the battle to know if they are in the Sustainability Champions League. And for that we need, in the first time, to describe the purpose of the company. The purpose of Schneider Electric is to give the promise, to the wish that we support each to use energy and resources to build their own future. It's not possible to think that only in Paris, in the middle of some countries, some cities and so on. The future is unique with the worldwide population, first thing. And second thing, we have a lake between Europe and North Africa, and our future is together. Then I would like to think that the agenda of the solution is something that we have to put in the reality of the company. The future is linked to that, not only to the commitment of the companies. It's why I would like to push this idea that companies and state, public and private sector, and very often private and private sector, are linked to organize the progress. We are in a time where the question of the value chain, the question of coalition, we know that is a unique chance to change the future, first thing. Second thing, access. You know, Schneider Electric, in the partnership that we have in a lot of programs that we have with the north of Africa and some other country everywhere in Africa or in Asia, it's a big learning expedition. The first mini-grid that Schneider Electric organized was for access to energy in Africa. Today, everywhere, in US, in Europe, everywhere, we sell a mini-grid, a new manner to produce energy, to consume energy, to have prosumer, but just, in our experience, the first mini-grid were in Africa because don't exist other solutions. First thing. And second thing, because two big worldwide revolution links to that. The first revolution, I can say, from the pastèque to the blueberry. At the beginning, when we were speaking about energy, it was a linear reality, a big plan to produce a lot of energy, and we transfer energy, and at the end, you have the customer. With mini-grid, we are in a total other reality, and we need that to provide access to electricity to all the people in Africa and in some other countries. And certainly, in developed country now, for example, in US, we learn about this topic in our experiences in Africa. Perhaps the beginning, it's a question of commitment, philanthropy, and thank you with EFD, because the first mini-grids that we implemented were in a partnership with AFD. But now it's a question of an affordable solution that we have to sell everywhere, it's a business for my company, and it's because it's a business we can leverage not only few mini-grids, but to have a new solution, new manner to finance, new manner to discuss with the people. The second revolution is the revolution of the demand, and in this second revolution, Africa, the local communities that we don't have in France, are key to understand the future. The revolution is because at the beginning, when we were speaking about energy, we were speaking only about the offer, the mix of the offer. Today we know that we have smart matter to organize the discussion between offer and demand, to organize the demand with flexibility, and certainly something that we do here. And the last word, linked to the third word, it's affordability. The big question of the partnership, and we need to progress of that, is the transfer of the skills. If we don't have skills everywhere, if we don't provide the skills for the transitions, never we will be able affordable, and never we will be able to organize the massification of that. The massification of that is just the key question, because without that, never the transition will be just. To have a just transition, first we need to organize something to face a net zero solutions. But second thing, we have to face the question of development too. To develop people, we have to share skills, and certainly about this topic between public and private, we have a lot of things to do together, because when we share skills, we give to the people the possibility to think their own future, and in the same time to provide the prosperity of the community where they are. We will implement tomorrow a lot of blueberries in energy, a lot of mini-grids for everybody, even if just at the beginning we think to the people and we organize the commitment of everybody, public and private sector, to share skills.
Thank you so much, Gilles. A lot to unpack there. I'm going to take home this notion that solutions that were tested initially in the region in Africa because there was no other solution, because there's no infrastructure, are now part of Schneider's business model and solutions for the American market, for example. And I'm going, as a transition, I want to bounce back on your introductory remarks, which is that the vision in the past was that states were contributing to development, and that the private sector was kind of limited to CSR approaches, and how we need to kind of transcend that. So kind of turning to Marine. Marine is a senior financial expert and expert in climate finance with the AFD. As some of you know, AFD is the world's oldest development bank and France's bilateral development finance arm. The French Minister of State was mentioning 10% of our global portfolio invested in North Africa. And so kind of bouncing back on Gilles' comment, do you see the work that AFD does as kind of an old vision of financing the public development, financing infrastructure? And maybe can you tell us a little bit about new ways of working for the AFD group in North Africa?
Thank you, Clémence. So as was mentioned earlier, public finance won't be enough in order to fund the necessary trillions for the transition. So at AFD we also strongly believe in the mobilization of all types of actors, including financial players, in order to fund low carbon and resilient development pathways, which means that besides only the private companies, we also have to mobilize key players that are banks or non-bank financial institutions that have the power to leverage private finance in order to fund the transition. So at AFD we have been working for more than 15 years now, developing a concrete offer to transform financial systems for climate. And here in the region, in North Africa, we have done a lot this past 10 years, I would say, especially in Egypt. And we wanted to highlight today with you a few of our key projects in the region in order to mobilize all those private and public finance that lies in the financial systems. We are relying on two main levers. First one is integrating climate as a cross-cutting issue inside financial institution strategies and operations, meaning that we bring our long-term finance to banks or to non-bank financial institutions for them to develop their green portfolio, to fund renewable energy projects, energy efficiency projects as well in the private sector. But besides what we will bring as long-term finance to banks to develop their green specific portfolio, we also strongly believe that the banks have to transform more broadly. So we also bring skills and technical cooperation for banks to include climate as a cross-cutting issue in their strategies by integrating climate financial risks, for instance, but also to transform their overall investments for climate action. And our second lever is, of course, still working with public institutions in order to also leverage key players like central banks or other regulators in the field of the financial systems in order to set up the right policies, the right rules to nudge financial behaviors for climate. So we are also strong believers in the work that central banks are doing when they join together in clubs like the NGFS, the Network for Greening the Financial System. And that's what we are trying to support here in Egypt. Just to be a bit more concrete, I will give a few examples of our Egyptian projects. We started more than 10 years ago actually engaging with banks and financial institutions here in the country. At first we starting with traditional projects in order to develop banks' portfolio on renewable energy or energy efficiency, and then progressively through the mobilization of other strong partners of AFD like the Green Climate Fund or the European Commission, we also started to look for more transformative impact in our project with banks, and we started a flagship project for AFD, which is transforming the financial system for climate project that we developed with MEAE here in Egypt, the National Bank of Egypt, in order to fund both mitigation and adaptation projects in the private sector, in the e-mobility sector, water management sector, and again, of course, green energy sector. And we allied with other partners, especially institutional partners like the Ministry of Environment here, to ensure that we also work and sharing the skills, as my colleague just mentioned, in order to also fund very useful studies to try and define what are the new opportunities for the financial sector to invest in the green transition here. And maybe last but not least, our last project that we just signed actually a few days ago with 3 banks here in Egypt and the Central Bank of Egypt that we are co-funding together with the European Commission is our Finance in Common project. Through the Finance in Common project, we are now going a step further by joining forces between banks, but also their regulators, the Central Bank of Egypt, in order to keep fostering investment for the green transition, also ensuring the convergence between the climate transition and the overall and broader 2030 agenda for the SDGs. And we hope that with the work we are going to implement with the Central Bank of Egypt, we can also have more leverage on the overall financial systems beyond the 3 banks that we will be working with.
Thank you, Marine. So I think it's a perfect transition to hand the floor to our colleague Hamid Tawfiki, who's online. Can you hear us? Okay, we can't hear you, but we'll. So just to introduce Mr. Tawfiki. Yeah, it's okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Perfect. CEO of CDG Capital, an investment and financing institution owned by Morocco's Caisse des Dépôts. So kind of bouncing off Marine's presentation of how a bilateral development finance institution like AFD is working to transform financial systems to align them with climate and SDG goals. Can you tell us a little bit about CDG's mandate? And maybe taking a step back, how financial actors like CDG Capital are crucial to finance climate action, and maybe the value that you see, echoing the introductory remarks on partnerships, the value that you see in institutional partnership with international networks like the International Development Finance Club.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I just maybe give you a brief introduction regarding, in fact, our institution, which is Caisse de dépôt gestion. CDG is a Moroccan state-owned financial institution established in 1959, first to protect institutional savings, and then has evolved over time to meet national development challenges. So in fact, we are financial institution that's dedicated, in fact, to sustainable development. So our economic model briefly relies on three pillars. One is collecting and securing regulated savings, including social security contribution, postal account, and consignment account. And second is supporting national economic development by channeling long-term savings projects and investments that are important for the sustainable development of Morocco. Third, not the least, is allowing economy of scale and capacity to finance large projects through risk diversification, risk management, and risk intelligence. So CDG Capital, as you mentioned, in fact, we are the investment banking and investment management arm of CDG. One of our mission is to pioneer capital market development and be able to finance adequately the sustainable growth of the Moroccan economy. So with CDG Capital, we are really very involved and committed to the development of green financing. So just to give you an idea, as we are here in the COP27, maybe a flashback, in 2016, we, CDG Capital, we are active member of the scientific committee during COP22 in Marrakesh. And as an outcome, a roadmap for aligning the financial sector with sustainable development was published by Moroccan authority. So we, as a bank, was the first, in fact, bank in the MENA region to be accredited by the GCF. We were able to advise, structure, and finance various projects. I would like just mention one which is important, which is the desalination plan. And as you can imagine, this is related to water, and water was one of the important fact issue now for Morocco. And this project, in fact, composed two components: one on the drinking water, and the other one is the agriculture. So we serve 1.2 million people and 3,000 farmers, just to have you an idea about the impact. So we touch upon achievement on three SDG, the SDG 6 and the 8 and the 17 top partnership. And I will come back to this one for the partnership, because it's something which is key and important going forward. Another type of transaction, so we also participate and initiate and develop the green bond. So we structured a green bond for the national railway to green the power generation of high-speed trains. So if you allow me, I would like to maybe just
Mr. Tawfiki, I'm really
hello.
Yes, I'm really sorry. The sound is not great on the event.
You can hear me, hello?
Yeah, if it's possible for you to speak just a little bit louder, and then maybe to wrap up in 1 or 2 minutes, if it's possible. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So you can hear me now? Okay. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so just to share with you 5 beliefs, in fact, for us. First, we believe that a sustainable climate finance system in the south, in the region Africa, can only be viable if rooted with local and regional financial capital markets. Our view is that climate action needs to be driven by local players, which understand the regulatory constraints of the country, which understand the need of the stakeholder of the project, which are sometimes deeply rooted in the local fabric, which have to grow up, to emerge, and to be an active actor rather than a passive spectator. To be able to co-design financial innovative scheme to serve both the population and protect the environment. So this applies, in fact, that we must have local actors that are relevant throughout the investment cycle. Our belief that this is not an utopia, but is rather an antidote, in fact, to what some people they call it fatal aim. Second, we believe that no one can achieve the SDG in isolation. And that's what I mentioned before. We believe that in cooperation and partnership, it is really very important. And we need to have an impact-focused ecosystem involving all stakeholders, the private sector, as we mentioned earlier, the public, in fact, sector is not enough to finance the various objectives. Academia, civil society, as well as individual and their community. Third, we believe in developing an impact-based approach. Fourth, we believe in blended finance as a strategic use of development finance for the mobilization of additional commercial finance towards sustainable development in developing countries. The last belief is that we believe in risk sharing, in co-financing, in co-investment for the common good and benefit. We believe in scaling up effective SDG financing through improving structuring of projects, unleashing innovation, and unlocking private investments. I will just conclude on the aspect of partnership. As you mentioned, we have you mentioned the IDFC, and IDFC is an important, in fact, club which was created in 2011. It's a leading group of 27 national and regional development banks, such as AFD, one of our close partners, KfW, DBSA, DNDS, JICA, TBD, BOAD, and CAF, Bondolex. So we have majority of the institutions are active in the emerging markets, in Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America. CDG Group is one of the founding members of IDDC. We were in the beginning, in the genesis of the club. So since its creation, the mobilization of climate finance has been a priority of IDFC. And now the scope of the IDFC is to cover the large perimeter space of sustainable development and focus on the issue of SDGs.
Mr. Taufiki.
Over the last 11 years, IDFC has been a successful and recognized platform in climate and SDG, with a strong voice within the international community.
I'm going to have to stop you there because, sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there because we have to move to the second panel. Apologize for that. Maybe what I want to capture. Thank you so much for joining us from afar. And for talking about your experience as a founding member of IDFC. What I want to capture is your call and your belief for the need to have local institutions designing relevant financial innovation, so that really having local actors involved from financial systems. Thank you so much. I'm afraid we won't have much time for questions. What I suggest is that we go to the second panel, which was more focused on showcasing a few projects, so going from kind of actors to projects, and then at the end we'll take a round of questions from the floor that all panelists can answer. So kind of moving without a transition, I'm happy to introduce Julia Maris, Chief Sustainability Officer and VP Corporate and Social Responsibility for ENGIE. Again, the idea of this second conversation was to illustrate the different facets of bilateral climate action, both in the mitigation and adaptation space. So maybe starting with you, Ms. Maris, ENGIE is the world's third largest energy group outside of fossil fuels. Could you illustrate a few of the projects that ENGIE has been proud to accompany in North Africa, maybe, and how you've been able around these projects to build synergies with other partners? We were talking earlier in the panel, around financial institutions also, but also government playing a regulatory role. So I'd love to hear you on that.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à
Thank you very much. Hello. Just a few words in French to start. This is the French Pavilion. Indeed, thanks to the FD for welcoming us. Thanks to all the participants for their words. I think we are taking lots of things home, lots of food for thought during this discussion.
I really wanted to start with these few words in French. Just a few words to present who ENGIE is, because we take for granted everybody knows us. We are not very humble, usually. No, I'm kidding. Seriously, we are a big energy player, you're right. We are worldwide on all continents. We employ approximately 100,000 people, and we deliver 6.1 billion euros EBIT last year. So quite a global company with a very strong natural gas DNA, historically speaking. We were not very green, but we decided to make a major strategic shift. In 2021, we decided to be net zero in 2045. Very, very ambitious target. We decided to write that in the purpose of the company. How can we do that? When you are a historically fossil company, how do you transform that? We have identified 3 levers. First, we exit coal. We decided there would be no more coal in our assets in Europe by 2025 and worldwide by 2027. This is tomorrow, frankly speaking. Second lever, a massive investment in renewables, and I will go back to that to reply to your question. And the third lever is to green gas. We will still need energy linked to gas, but we need to substitute green gas instead of fossil gas. This means biomethane and green hydrogen mainly. So now to reply to your questions, what do we concretely deliver in the region of Northern Africa? There are 2 countries I would like to more specifically speak about. The first one is Egypt, of course, our host country for this COP27. Fantastic country on which we are really involved strongly. But to start, I would like to say that we sometimes have a tendency to oppose business and governments. It doesn't work this way. We are partners. If there is no political vision at the beginning, business can't do anything. We can do things, but at a very small scale. We need political incentive and vision. And this is what the Egyptian government gave when they had this vision of their new renewable strategy and a new energy mix. And they said they would like the renewable energy to move from 20% in 2022 to 42% in 2035. This is a massive shift. And when a government sets such a target, then as an industrial, we can intervene and propose something. So this is the ground on which we can base. We often reason about the value chain. To a certain extent, political decision is on the upstream of the value chain for us. It's like a key supplier, governmental decision for us. 2 very practical examples, wind farming. We started the Gulf of Suez 1 wind farm 3 years ago, a very successful power plant. My engineers tell me it delivers, note it down, 262.5 megawatt. What does that mean?
I know because I've been there.
You've been there. But I'm not sure everybody knows what megawatts mean. And this is just between brackets, but when I prepared this intervention, I had to ask my team, please speak simply, talk to the citizens. Let's stop being engineers in technical manners. Let's speak very practically speaking. So when you deliver 262.5 megawatt, you are allowed to deliver electricity to 400,000 200,000 households. Concretely speaking, this is what it means. And it makes more sense when you say it this way, because the energy transition is not something technical or just scientific. This is something for people to live in a better way, in a sustainable way. The second example I would like to quote in Egypt is Gulf of Suez 2, which is the new wind farm we are starting right now. And it will provide electricity for 800,000 households. So this is massive. This is a real big change. And last point I would like to make on these two projects, we never do them on our own. It's never one company on its own. It's a partnering project. We partner with governments, we partner with other companies as well. So I would like to quote, for instance, Orascom or Toyota Corporation and the Ministry of Electricity of Egypt, who were key counterparts to make this alive. So this is a very practical example of what we deliver here and what we'll continue to deliver in the future. Second example, in Morocco, we have been historically very active in Morocco. We were first involved in a coal plant. In the 80s we started there, so it's a long story. And once more we decided to follow and to contribute to the governmental vision of Morocco, which said they had to switch in their renewable energies transition, and decided that by 2030 there should be 52% of renewable energy in Morocco. So for us it was a fantastic opportunity. In line with our strategic vision, we need to switch from fossil to renewables. Let's do this in Morocco as well. So we've started a fantastic project there in 2019. We have a seawater desalination plant, which is alimented through wind farms as well. So it is a global, integrated, several source of renewable energy project. Very promising. And this treated water will be used for agriculture, land, and by the population, of course, of the city of Dakhla, a city of 106,000 people. So very promising, and these projects are a real source of pride for the teams. So I will not go further, but just to show you, these are very practical and tangible examples that the movement is on the way. I'm a bit like Renaud Muselier. I'm an optimistic. Alors continuons comme ça. Merci beaucoup.
Let's keep on this way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll come back to Attica maybe to talk a little bit about concrete reasons for hope around adaptation, which is a big subject of conversation, obviously, in Egypt and at this COP. But one of the themes on the panel has been the importance of the partnership between public and private, the importance of having a political vision, incentives, and anchoring private sector projects around this framework. And so I'm going to hand the floor over to David Albertini, who's president of R20. R20 was created in November 2010 around the convictions that cities and region, so kind of lower levels of government, play a central role in the fight against climate change. So if you can illustrate how concretely, again, you build partnerships between local authorities around climate action.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je vais aussi parler en français vu qu'on est sur le pavillon français et que.
I will speak in French. Mr. Muselier has asked me to respect the francophonie. No problem. We have translation, interpreting. As you've mentioned, the mission of the R20 that has been created in 2010, it was about accompanying towns and cities to identify, to develop, and to finance their local infrastructure. Renewable energies, management of waste, and others. Lots of studies have shown since that 70% of the solutions of mitigation are in the hands of territories and collectivities, local governments. Like the South region has created its own projects to limit the climate change. All these projects, of course, have to be financed. what we noticed very quickly in the activities in R20, we've made a lot of projects in the past. All the small projects, community-based, for less than the 5 million, there are philanthropic activities, other sources. As soon as we want to get international big finances with these and the FIs, the project of under 100 million will not work. It's too small. So we are with a paradox when we have 70% of solutions that lay in this zone from 5 to 100 millions, and the big international finance that doesn't want to finance these small projects. So the R20, when we've started our mission, we've worked in Algeria, that was about waste management. Also solar panels in Mali. Quite quickly, we noticed that we were advancing, we were moving, but too slowly. And we thought, let's develop our own financial tools, blended finance, partnerships, PPP, to move quicker and to act on according to our ambitions. That's why 3 years ago we created this national climate fund. The idea is to mix public and private money in order to be able to invest in these projects. So we had the luck to be named by the 100 Summit as an innovative solution, and today we've managed to obtain from the Infra financements. That's from Korea. We are adding private money now to it. So we have money today to develop the pipeline of projects. We work in Morocco, in Tunisia, and in the Balkan countries. We have a project about technical assistance, about the solar farm in Morocco. So we create 20 projects in this activity. So this is more or less how we work. And today, more particularly on the around the Mediterranean Sea, with the French and Spanish governments, together with Minister Muselier, we are looking at analyzing how to apply this approach and to create financial ecosystems that would allow us to finance these projects in the north, but also on the south of the sea. President Muselier spoke about the electrification of harbors. So these are projects we work on. We're talking also the biodiversity projects. We're looking at projects in Egypt, in Sharm, amongst others. And we fall within the PANEX, the plan created by President Macron, and the PLIF. The PLIF is an investment fund to invest these infrastructures that are connected with implementing this PALMEX plan. It's also a one-time summit solution. And today, here is the approach. Now, to finish, we are able to talk about finances, about debts, technical assistance. But for you to remember, that's the most important, I think. We're talking about finances, and of course it's necessary for the territories so they can develop their infrastructures, but in everyday lives, that translates into common work of finances, lawyers, engineers, who want to create a pipeline of projects and who give means to local authorities to invest in these projects and to implement them. And I think that today there's a lot of people talking about finances during the panels. We have a tendency to forget what is the underlying asset. In other words, what is this project of waste management, like to limit the quantity of plastic in the sea. They want the territories to adhere to our projects, and they want the citizens to see these projects being enacted. We really need to deliver results. That's why our region is so happy to launch these projects. We've started concrete activities on the ground, and we're trying to implement concrete actions on both sides of the sea. And here is more or less our vision of the PPP. Thank you very much. Again, since the very beginning, the rules of engagement. Be free to speak French or English. The same thing applies to questions. I would like to keep a few minutes for the questions. But in 2 minutes, we've heard an example of partnership on the challenges David talked about the scale and the mechanism of the financement that is relevant, and the relevant actors to implement projects. All that in the context of nature-based solutions and others. These are the main problems for the financement of the adaptations in North Africa? Could you illustrate us? I allow myself to speak the two French. As we know from Attica, could you show us a few examples of projects?
Challenge accepted for 2 minutes. I'll go. Indeed, it was really key for us to talk about adaptation today because often when we talk about climate change and financing and action about climate change, we talk about mitigation. It's the low-hanging fruit. It's easy, it's profitable, we can attract the private sector if we provide enough guarantee. They are risk adverse for some projects, but adaptation, the challenge is still here and the question is still here. And one illustration of that is, for instance, for AFD, which is a climate bank, the first development bank that was committed to Paris Agreement. Only 1/3 of our climate finance is dedicated to adaptation. Still, it represents 2 billion euro globally per year, but it's 1/3. So, and some solutions are possible. On the sovereign financing, the classical or the traditional one, we have a few examples. When we talk about adaptation, we talk about mainly 3 topics. Prevention of risks, water, and agriculture. And for water and agriculture, we have a few examples in the region because one of the key strategy, one of the key elements of the water and sanitation division in the Mediterranean region is to promote the reuse of treated wastewater. I would be able to quote some projects. We would have in Jordan, Samra, we would have in Tunisia, Depolmed, and in Egypt, we have quite a few wastewater treatment plants we are proud to showcase. And one of them is actually one of the biggest of the world. It's called Gabal Asfar. At the moment, it provides wastewater services for 12 million people of Cairo. And in the future, with the expansion that we are going to finance, there's going to be 5.5 million people more that will have wastewater services in Cairo. And what is the link with adaptation? It's because in this wastewater treatment plant, we are not only focusing on treating the wastewater to make it safe, we treat it in a way that it can be reused downstream by irrigation. And it's even more important in a project like in a country like Egypt, because in Egypt, water scarcity is a challenge, and it's becoming more and more a challenge. It's exacerbated by the climate change. So one of the topics is how to better share the scarce water resources, knowing that at the moment, 80% of the water resources are used by irrigation. And we have a growing population in Egypt, exponentially, one of the biggest of the Mediterranean region. So there are solutions, there are things to do. And this one is a solution that is win-win for the irrigants, but also then we can make some more water available, volumes available for the drinking water. And that's something we are really proud to support here in Egypt. But like for every climate financing, and that's one of the main outcomes of financing common initiative, is that we cannot rely only on states. We cannot rely only on sovereign actors. We have, if we want to tackle the challenges of both climate and biodiversity, we need to have the engagement, the commitment of private sector and financial systems. And that's why I have 2 examples that I will try to present really quickly. one of them is how do we create the enabling environment to have more PPPs in the water sector, for instance, to try to bring the private sector. The private sector, you need to show them a business model that is interesting. You need to show them that there are projects that are profitable for them to finance it. One of the ways to do that is maybe to envisage public-private partnership. One example that I have in mind, which is a success story, is in Jordan, in water sector. It's a project of $1 billion, deep wells, and then it's providing almost more than 20% of the drinking water of the country. And Jordan is one of the most water-scarce countries in the world. And how do we finance it? We cannot only rely on finance coming from the private sector, because water sector is not the most profitable sector. So what happened is that we provided a financing to the state of Jordan that was investment subsidy. So we reduced the funds that were to be mobilized by the private sector, and we reduced the unit cost for the government of Jordan that will be paid to the private operator. That's one solution. Guarantees are another solution also to reduce the cost of PPPs. And that's something that is becoming more and more mainstream in the European Union. And that's the solutions we need to think if we want to have more and more actors involved in adaptation. And last but not least, as part of the Finance in Common initiative, where we try to trigger a redirection of financial flows by public development banks, there is a sub-initiative called Water Finance Coalition that is co-shared by AFD and Banobras. Banobras is the Mexican Public Development Bank. And as part of this Water Finance Coalition, we are trying to bring together all the public development banks, or public banks in general, that want to work in supporting the water and wastewater sector. And the main objective is to try to gather adaptation financing all over the world. And it promotes, and I think it's also related to the regions, because one of the things that we can do with these financial banks or these financial system actors is that we can work directly with regions or with local authorities. And that's what we are doing in Turkey in water and wastewater. We are working not with the general or central state, we are working with the regions to finance water and wastewater sector. So that's the main messages I wanted to say.
Great.
It was
Thank
not
you.
in the 2 minutes, but I tried to do short.
Close. And interesting to see some of these financial mechanisms like de-risking guarantees or financial intermediation in the context of adaptation, which is still quite rare in the conversation. I'm going to open up the floor to one question. Unfortunately, we have to close the side event soon, but if there's, yes, please. N'hésitez pas à prendre le micro et...
Do not hesitate to take the microphone. Thank you, madam. I wanted to speak since the very first panel, but no problem. I'm a representative of local authorities. I understand that all the examples you gave were the succeeded projects. I'm from the Sahel. You see, we have problems, and we should talk about it, because this climate change those raised animals have problems. How to feed these animals? How to make directly these people, so these people benefit directly from these adaptation actions in order to limit certain things. I'm talking about things that I know better than other people. Maybe you would have any information for me. If you would like to know some things that going through states do not necessarily attain the local vulnerable communities. Okay, we're going to stop on this one. Are these examples repeatable? Is how to guarantee that the impact is visible at the level of communities? Yes, maybe a few elements that apply to the Sahel region. It's a region where the AFD, we work a lot with government, but we also started in your region to work with local communities in order to diversify our activity. knowing the challenges and the problems we may encounter. This is a region where, when we have a part of a portfolio where non-state actors are present. This is why we've oriented our messages today above the region, to know how to make actors intervene, actors of the society, of course, how to change the approach, the typical approach of help to development. We're not going to stop what we were doing, but the needs are so big that this bilateral help will not suffice. This is why we're trying to work with civic society. The AFD invests more and more every year, and amongst others, the region as well, with finance systems. We work with public banks. We have Probarco that has not been was not present here. They worked with private sector only. So we try to work with banks that can give us access to small and medium enterprises. In Egypt, with a specialist of microfinancing. So this is how to get to the local populations. The idea is to diversify the actors, and the tendency goes in this general direction. I will give the voice to the other panelists. Yes, to complement what was just said by you, the companies can have a role to play through other instruments than just operational products. In NG, we've developed internal investment fund for that is called Assembleur d'énergie, collecting energy. It's about financing energy startups and small micro companies. The idea is that people who save money, we're talking about our employees, this money that they save is used to finance local solutions in the region, in Sahel and elsewhere. There's lots of ideas and creativity to be used from the private sector. It's very good to use our tools, your tools, our tools, and this way we'll manage to give more momentum to initiatives and to give perspective of all the territories, depending on their exposure to climatic risk. Just a short word. I think almost everything has been said, but it's true that today, if we see that the balance is not very positive, I think everybody's talking about carbon credit. We see our funds, for example, are certified SDG. We see all the other impacts, biodiversity, social, nature. These impacts are more and more taken in consideration by the financial community. And to answer your question, I think there is also today a movement that is coming from the finance and enterprise sector to talk more about SDGs, not only about the carbon footprint. We have a project that we're doing, using what is called the gold standard. This is a foundation from Switzerland. There is always more that we can do. We've said it. We all agree there's a lot that has to be done. What I noticed today that more and more the companies, money lenders, watch other indicators, not only carbon footprints. I hope that this movement will give room to much more investment that have impact for the citizens. Because if the citizens don't see the fruits in 5 years, it will stop. We have to work in such a way that the population see the benefits, and this has to go through a thinking not only holistic approach, not only carbon footprint based. I think that the team. You give me 1 more minute, okay?
But I think many people in the industry of the carbon offsetting world, which are trying to set standards around integrity, are actually leveraging the power of high integrity in jurisdictional credits in a way, but really to tackle other biodiversity, nature, traceability in the supply chain. So it is a really relevant point that you bring. Is like, how do I sell to my CFO that I want to invest in these communities? It's like, well, I'm going to leverage the power of high integrity credits. So yeah, it was a reflection because I just really like your point and I just didn't talk and I love talking.
And so I'm going to take this opportunity. Je vais profiter de ce.
I will take this opportunity to close this debate and to thank our speakers and the organizers of the event, and to thank the technical team of the pavilion for their support and their hospitality. Thank you one more time.
We should start. I'm going to call everybody to please take a seat. Thank you. Yes, please, everybody take a seat. We are going to start very shortly. Thank you very much. So we will start the panel conversation on fast infra. We have a very full panel today in a pretty noisy place. So hopefully you can all hear what the panelists and the speakers will be saying. My name is Christian Deséglises. I am Group Head of Sustainable Infrastructure and Innovation at HSBC. And for the last 3 years, I've been co-leading with a lot of amazing people, a lot of them are here today, the Fast Infra initiative. Fast Infra was born out of the One Planet Lab and the One Planet Summit approximately 4 years ago. And it was a mandate that we received from President Macron together with the Global Infrastructure Facility, with CPI, Climate Policy Initiative, with the IFC. And to really think about ways to transform sustainable infrastructure into an asset class and make it palatable, make it available to institutional investors. So for a couple of years, this small group of institutions, with the support of the OECD, thought about what could be the practical solutions that would be able to crowd in private investments. And two of the first initiatives that we started focusing on was the creation, the establishment of a sustainable infrastructure label, which was actually launched at COP26 last year, with the endorsement of GFANZ, the Sustainable Markets Initiative, and many other important alliances. And today we made a special announcement because for the last few months we've been looking for a secretariat that would be able to take charge of the sustainable infrastructure label, to update it, to maintain it, and more importantly to promote it and to make it an industry standard. And we were very pleased to have selected for this task the Global Infrastructure Basel and Bloomberg. And Bloomberg and Global Infrastructure Basel are here today and will be presented their plans for the label. The second initiative that has been a flagship of Fast Infra has been the setup of a platform that would facilitate origination, development, and financing of sustainable infrastructure projects, always with the same idea of bringing institutional investors into that space. And here we've worked very closely with Worley, with IBM, and with many other partners to start an MVP, a minimum viable product for the platform, which is also going to be launched today. So with the support here of Thierry Déo, who is not only the founder and CEO of Meridian, but also the first president of the Fast Infra Group that we set up in Paris with the support of the French Ministry of Finance and Paris Europlace, and with investors that are with us today. Here is Marc-André Blanchard, who was one of the first supporters of Fast Infra in his capacity at CDPQ, but also with ILN. And we're also joined by Macquarie, who's been one of the engines and brains really behind the development of the label together with the Global Infrastructure Facility. So we'll have a great panel which is going to be moderated by Jamila Pedicini from Bloomberg, and I'll pass you the floor right after an introduction by the climate ambassador of France, Cruza here. Dr. Cruza, thank you for being with us and for the support that France has been giving to the label and to Fast Infra. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great to see you all. It's a full house.
Je crois que je vais parler français puisque nous sommes sur le pavillon français.
I think I'm going to speak French because that's the French pavilion, to tell a couple of words about the support we've been bringing to this project. Everything started to switch back to the prehistory of fast infra with the One Planet Summit. You know the main idea President Macron has launched in 2017 at the very beginning of its mandate, and after the USA left, quit the Paris Agreement, the idea of the One Planet Summit. The main idea being to say that climate is not a thing for the 194 countries that signed the Paris Agreement, but a topic that is to be tackled by everybody, by companies, private companies. So it's about private-public partnerships, about tangible projects, and that was the main idea. Fast infra very nicely falls within this dynamic that has been created 3 years ago. The ambition being to make it multi-stakeholder, and we are there because we have very important partners from the private sector. It's to be ambitious because that's about drawing moving lines and moving scales to be game changers, and to make tangible things. It's about a label. Tangible, sustainability-oriented and sustainable development projects. It's an outstanding dynamic that falls within the One Planet Lab. The idea there has been reused, which is why we're here together today. One Planet Summit is also our Secretary General sitting there, Paul Bertrand. If you can introduce yourself. Paul Bertrand has taken the lead and is leading the actions indeed in the framework of the One Planet Summit. One Planet Summit is also about many events, not oriented around infrastructures, but around forests. We are going to hold the One Forest Summit next year. It has been announced by Mr. Macron together with the President of Gabon. It's an incubator with many ideas, and you are taking part in this dynamic. I'm very grateful for that to all of you. Many thanks. Have a great conversation.
Thank you very much. So I'll call now Jamila to the stage, but before I do, I want to recognize also Ahmed Said, because I forgot to mention you. There is so much noise in the room. Ahmed is the Vice President of the Asian Development Bank, and Ahmed has been also one of the earliest and staunchest supporter of not only Fast Infra, but also the platform. So thank you for being with us.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Christian. Thank you, Christian, and wonderful to be here with everyone today. So on behalf of Bloomberg, it's a real honor and a pleasure to be selected along with GIB to be able to steward and take the work of the Fast Infra label forward. As we all know, infrastructure is not only a central part of the transition, but also a central part of our lives, and it also accounts for 79% of GHG emissions. So without further ado, I'm going to kick it over to Terry, who's going to give us a little bit of an overview of the importance of the Fast Infra group. So I would love to hear a little bit from you about, together with the label and the platform, the collective sort of powerful solution that this is. What is the vision for the, may I say, hot off the press, Fast Infra group that's now been established?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this pavilion. I will speak English despite being on the French pavilion, so that I'll be forgiven, I'm sure. So Fast Infra Group is really a collaborative platform, because I think one of the important pieces is really bringing all the different stakeholders around those ideas. And this is 2 years or even 3 years of work to come to this stage. And the idea of the platform is to do things better and faster in terms of creating and executing sustainable infrastructure in an affordable way. That's the short sentence for it. And to do that, obviously, the label with Global Infrastructure Basel and Bloomberg is one of the sort of flagship product, but it's about creating tools that the finance industry can use to actually accelerate its investment in sustainable infrastructure. So that's quite important to have practical tools and to move. It's time for action. No more whining about what are the obstacles for finance to come into infrastructure. I think we're beyond that after 10 years of talking about this. It's about the tools. The other tools you mentioned as well is about digitalization to facilitate these processes, whether we're talking about developing projects or other things. So as much as we can digitalize to simplify, I wouldn't use the word standardize because it's something that people in project finance hate to hear. But clearly digitalization would help. So that's the second initiative. So the goal of this platform is to really to keep gathering around all the stakeholders with ideas and capital. So I invite all of those who want to contribute to the Fast Infra Group platform to join in and continue to develop those tools that can really pursue this goal. So hopefully, since we only have a few more years between 2030, I suppose that we should be able to think fast enough and to create as many tools as possible to get to that goal. So we could have a super goal about creating 2 or 3 big tools as the label every year for the next 3 years. But that's my own challenge, I suppose.
So, Mark, you have been in your role not only as the head of the Green Investment team, part of Macquarie, but really Macquarie has been one of the drivers is putting together the label. When you think of the tools and solutions that Terry just talked about, what is the demand from investors for green and sustainable infrastructure and financial products more broadly? And how do you see and I'm calling it the label here, so the SI label, how do you see that helping to meet the demand that you're seeing?
Thanks, Jamila. And look, at the outset, I want to thank Christian and the whole HSBC team for their partnership in the work we did together on the label. It's been a great journey, and what a fantastic culmination today with the announcement of Global Infrastructure Basel and Bloomberg to really take it to the next level. We're at work on our first pilot project that we'll apply the label to. There won't be a label until the Secretariat's set up, but by the time you're there, Daniel, we will have done at least a dry run, and there are several projects being looked at, so it really feels as though it's changing gears. We're been around for a while, and we're still the biggest infrastructure funds manager in the world. And when we look at the ESG message that comes into us from our investor community, it may have started on the margins some time ago, but it's coming towards the center. And the feeling I have is that in the future we won't call that ESG investing, we will just call that investing. That the expectations of our constituents, our investors and the communities they represent is that this is just what good investing looks like. And people are hungry for standards is a difficult word, I agree, Thierry, but they are hungry for some kind of standard and some kind of confidence in the way that their expectations that the right thing will be done with their money is being delivered. And I think that the SI label has a massive role to play in delivering that to 2 audiences that are hungry for that message. The people who want to develop projects that respond to this message and respond to the need that the world has, and the people who want to invest and be facilitating that. And from our vantage point, we see tremendous evidence that investors want to and feel huge pressure from their own underlying pensioners or other constituents to be aligned to that mission. So we think that the timing for this is ideal, and we should have a very high expectation about the impact of it. And I'm very excited to have GIB and Bloomberg there to help us make it happen as our Secretariat.
Thank you. So speaking of pressure from asset owners, Marc-André, CDPQ has clearly been a global leader in infrastructure investments. Why are you supportive? Why have you been supportive of the label, and why do you think it's important in driving forward sustainable infrastructure?
Alors, merci beaucoup.
Thanks a lot. I'm from Quebec, so I'll be speaking French a little. I would like to congratulate first thing Christian Deséglises and Thierry, because you've been from the very beginning. It was quite tricky at the beginning, by the way. Nobody would know that was the way to go. So congratulations.
And Christian. And to answer your question, actually the answer was given by Thierry, that's actually, why do we support it? It's just because it's going to make our work better, faster, and cheaper. And that is really the reason. Because it's going to assist us with due diligence. It's going to make it, it's going to accelerate it will accelerate our investment process. And it will also facilitate our reporting and our disclosure and requirements. And it's going to help with the pipeline. We all talk about, deploying money, that this COP is about implementation. The reality is, we're not going in the right direction, and we need to deploy investments much faster than we have been. Like John Kerry is saying that last year there was 700 and odd billions that were deployed in infrastructure, and the need is approximately 4 trillions. So there's a deficit of more than $3,300 billion. So we need to make those investments happen at a speed that we have not been doing so far, and that we need to have this shift very fast, and hopefully meeting some of our objectives of 2030. But let's hope that we're going to meet for sure the objectives that we all gave ourselves to 2040 or 2045 for net zero. But that is, let's be honest, it's going to take a lot of trust, a lot of innovation, and a lot of speed, and this is a lot of what the label is bringing to us. So thank you.
Terrific. Speaking of speed and urgency and how it applies today, Daniel, in your role as president of the board of the Global Infrastructure Basel, tell us a little bit more about GIB, but also specifically why infrastructure matters for climate change adaptation, but also mitigation as well.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to all of the people here present who are part of this initiative. We're really humbled to be part of it, and we're very glad it's a dream come true, a dream of mainstreaming sustainable and resilient infrastructure, meaning mainstreaming of taking the right choices by hopefully speed, but also long term. The thing about infrastructure is that it's very long term. It locks in, for instance, the use of energy. If you put in a transportation system in a city, if it's based only on individual cars, it will stay like that for 30, 40 years. If it's based on public transportation and on bicycling, it will also stay for the next 30 or 40 years. So it's a really pace-setting thing which choices you take. And sustainable and resilient infrastructure, we always use these both terms together, have been at the core of what Global Infrastructure Basel has been doing for 12 years now. And in 2016, we launched a white paper called Sustainable Infrastructure as an Asset Class at the Addis Ababa Finance for Development Conference, together with Angel Gurria of the OECD and with Jeff Sachs of the Columbia University. We wrote that piece, and I think when I say today is a dream come true, I think this asset class, we're experiencing more or less, we're experiencing the birth of that asset class, because such an asset class needs very good data that we're collecting, and it needs good criteria so it becomes sustainable and resilient. The asset class means that the true nature of an asset class is that it's different from other asset classes. So it's, in a way, we need to juggle out this infrastructure investments out of the box of alternative investments and create a real asset class somewhere between equity and debt, something that's really distinct, can be securitized, can be standardized, even if some people don't like that word. You need the standard in order to have a track record so that institutional investors can really allocate large amounts of money into such an asset class. And with the Fast Infra label, that's going to happen, I'm sure. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, speaking of the long term, Ahmed, I've heard you say before in previous talks about sort of building a pathway for the world of tomorrow. And so can you expand a little bit on what you mean by this and also how you see Fast Infra's work and the label fitting into this building the pathway for tomorrow?
Sure. Thank you, and it's an honor to be here with everyone. You know, when I made that comment, and I made it about Fast Infra, I was actually trying to address a criticism I had heard of the effort. And the criticism basically ran as follows. It was a conversation I was having with a infrastructure financier who said, well, where's the capital that's going to be mobilized because you created the label? Where's the incremental quantum of dollar that's waiting for this label? And I thought that it was a very short-sighted comment. And the reason I thought it was short-sighted, I actually think, Thierry, in your comment about ESG, it reflects why I think that other comment was short-sighted. You said ESG is going to be, we're just going to call it investing, right? We've had, you know, climate change has been described, I think Nicholas Stern called it the greatest market failure in the history of civilization. How are we going to get from this set of arrangements to a sustainable set of arrangements? Well, only if we build the guardrails. That doesn't mean that there's an incremental optimization problem that will be marginally better tomorrow. It means that we're going to hit major inflection points in which things are going to fundamentally change. And we've got to build for that future today. So that's what I sort of meant when I said that this is something we're building for the world of tomorrow. It was a response to what I thought was a short-sighted critique. If I apply that thinking to the work of my institution, the Asian Development Bank, decarbonization is going to become development. All infrastructure in emerging markets will be sustainable. We need the taxonomies, the methodologies, the ways of knowing what we should be doing, not what is good and bad alone. We need to differentiate between what we should do and what we shouldn't do. And I think this label is central to that effort. Thank you.
Terrific. So I've been given strict instructions that there's a video that now needs to be played. So I'm going to pause, and we're all going to...
For centuries, infrastructure has been at the heart of lives and societies. It allows us to communicate, have access to clean water, electricity, and public health, and so much more. To adapt to the ongoing social and environmental structural changes, we must transform our infrastructure and make it sustainable. Humanity must invest an estimated USD 6 trillion annually until 2050.
Preparing, developing, financing, building and operating sustainable infrastructure projects is scaling up well-prepared and bankable project pipelines is a major challenge. The current situation is way too limited. To achieve a just and sustainable transition, the sustainable project pipelines needs to be way bigger, and it can be.
Today, probably less than 2% of all infrastructure projects cross the financing line after a multi-year journey.
The single biggest hurdle facing infrastructure projects today to increase the probability of financing quickly and efficiently is the lack of accessible data. Data is siloed across different stakeholders in an unstructured manner.
To meet their net zero ambitions, governments, public and private institutions need to leverage their current capabilities at an unprecedented scale.
Under the auspices of the French President's One Planet Lab, the public-private partnership Fast Infra Group developed FIP. FIP is a radically innovative approach to providing essential services globally.
FIP is a digital collaborative platform which connects sustainable infrastructure project stakeholders, allowing them to cooperate, transact, and manage the data in confidence across the project lifecycle. FIP drives standardization, shortens lead times, lowers transaction costs, improves project quality, and increases volumes.
FIP builds up from source. The MDBs-led multilateral platform for sustainable infrastructure. FIP also integrates other third-party technologies, as with now CM's technologies for automating contractual documentations and data rooms. Possibilities are endless.
Tech partners can leverage FIP to provide and develop innovative apps and services to the community. It is a smartphone approach applied to sustainable infrastructure.
FIP accelerates project quality and lead time while reducing transaction costs. It brings affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern infrastructure everywhere. Sustainability is a global issue that needs a global solution. Fast Infra has brought leaders from around the world to tackle this problem in a cohesive and collaborative manner. Fast Infra is proud to announce FIP, a data-centric digital platform that will expedite financing and development of sustainable infrastructure. FIP, accelerate collaboration towards sustainable infrastructure.
So we just saw Sue in the video, so I'm going to turn to her for a little bit of insight on, what are some of the major bottlenecks that you're observing with regards to infrastructure projects, and how do you see the platform helping to resolve them, or some of them?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm the only non-financier on this panel. I work for one of the biggest engineering firms in the world, Worley. And we work in the energy, chemicals and resources sector, and what we're seeing is an enormous uptick in the amount of the pace and scale of low carbon energy infrastructure that's being built, as well as the resource precursors that will feed into the energy transition. What the IEA tells us is that the investment in energy infrastructure needs to quadruple every year now for the coming couple of decades, and similar sorts of escalation of critical minerals development. From work we've done with Princeton University, what we can see is the way that these projects are delivered needs to radically change. If we keep delivering projects in an engineering, design, construction sense in the way that we always have, we won't get to mid-century net zero. So we've done the work with Princeton, and what that identifies is that we need to partner and collaborate and share information in different ways to what has been the norm to date. We also need to use digital technology as an accelerant, and there's almost infinite ways that you can use digital technology, but use of a platform that enables the sharing of information is a way that combines both that partnership collaboration dimension and the use of digital technology to do that. So we see the Fast Infra platform really as an opportunity to take friction out of the project development and delivery process, and that's exactly what we need to be doing to deliver at the pace and scale that the energy transition requires. We've been, again, very humbled and pleased to contribute to this project and be part of it.
So as you just spoke about how the way that projects are delivered need to change, and I think there's also a bit of the way that projects are financed need to change as well. And Ahmed, I know that obviously blended finance is a hot topic. Lots of people like to talk about it. But it would be great to hear from you a little bit of how it can be a potential solution to crowd in more private capital. And also, do you have any specific examples of structures, and specifically successful structures, that you would like to share today?
Sure, thank you. I was at a conference recently where a consultant put up a chart, two axes, X and Y. One was return, one was risk. There's this curved line down the middle, and above the line was bankable, below the line was unbankable. And then they went on to say, well, blended finance is taking the unbankable and making it bankable. So I think we have a slightly different philosophy at ADB. The way I think about that chart, it's got two diagonal lines. There's bankable, and then there's this island in the middle. That island should be bankable but isn't, i.e., the economic fundamentals would imply that there is a way to connect savers with users of capital here, but we haven't done it successfully. And then there's below the line unbankable, and I want to talk about one example at ADB in the island and one example under the island. But before that, the reason why I think the island is really, really important is because blended finance inside that island is a training wheel that will come off very quickly. It's just we don't have risk capital in the system needed for the experiments we need to run. So an example of what we're doing there is our work in Asia to pilot a blended finance vehicle to accelerate the decommissioning of coal-fired power plants. And the reason why we think it's ultimately bankable is that once we've gone through the process of creating a carbon offset certification scheme for a subset of these plants, you actually won't need concessionary capital to accomplish the objective. But today, to create the market instruments to do it, we do. And so we think there's a clear path between where we are and to bankability that implies there's not a long-term need for subsidy. And that's a really important category, bigger, I think, than most people realize. Beneath that, I want to just mention very quickly something that we've had the privilege of doing together with Christian and HSBC and Temasek, which is a platform that was launched last month, or perhaps a month and a half ago, called Pentagreen. And Pentagreen is an effort by two commercial actors to make capital available in order to make marginally bankable transactions, i.e. close to that second line, bring them over the line to bankable. And that's also important because once we do a few of those, we'll find ways to scale those markets. And so I think those are just two examples, but I thought I'd lay out this conceptual framework, which at least helps me think about where we should be focused in blended finance. Thank you.
And so on the topic of bankability, Marc-André, it would be great to hear from you. What do you see in your seat as, that's the view of ADB, in your seat as an asset owner, an institutional investor, what do you think the key barriers are to making projects bankable, specifically in emerging markets and in developing economies? And how are you and how are CDPQ more broadly addressing this problem or seeking to address this problem?
Oh, that's quite a question. But Ahmed is right. I like the way you see it. But the issue. So let's just start with. So CDPQ is a $400 billion fund. We have 60 billion already invested in emerging markets. We're the second largest investor in the world in infrastructure. Every day there's 175 million people using our infrastructure on the planet. We do things in Indonesia, in Colombia, in India, and in many emerging markets. Now, if we want to win this fight against climate change, we need institutional investors to do things that we can't do because of our risk-return equation is not the right one. So what we've done through ILN and SMI and GISD is we have actually identified a few items, and I'll name 3 only. What do we need? Because they say, what does the private sector need to invest more? We say, well, the biggest revolution in the last 70 years, besides globalization and digitalization, it's capital. Who controls capital? Half of the investable capital is controlled by institutions like ours. There's no tool, almost, that exists for us. We talk about the MDBs. The institutional investors are 900 times bigger than the MDBs. 900. But if I go to the MDBs, there's basically no de-risking instruments for us to invest. We don't have access to any project preparation for bankable projects. We can go to, there's some insurance products, very costly, but and then we don't even have access to the data of the MDBs. So what do we say? We say we should have access to the GEMS database of the World Bank and the MDBs. That would actually help us, because we tend to, I agree, institutional investors, because we don't have the same experience as Meridian, we tend to overestimate the risk sometimes and underestimate the opportunities. But that's because we have a lack of information about those markets. And Ahmed said, right, we need capital to make us do that and take some risk now to educate us so that we go even further at scale. We've done that before in developed market. We've done that for renewables, for solar and wind in Canada and in the US and almost everywhere in the developed world. We've subsidized it at first a lot. What has happened in a very short term? 90% reduction in the cost of wind, and actually now the private sector goes there without being de-risked at all and without any incentive. So that's the kind of panoply of tools that we need to get this moving. And it's not like at CDPQ at the moment, we're developing a platform that is very innovative, but like this is just for adaptation infrastructure. We're doing it with great partners like FinDev, who is here. But like, this is FinDev Canada, but this experience shows us that the instruments that are available are not ready for prime time, for at scale, like institutional investors like us anywhere. And we need to start from scratch in many places. And thank God we have our own DFIs that are actually able to help us, and some great partners. The easiest money on that platform to raise is the private sector money. The toughest money to raise is the money to help us develop the bankable projects.
Mark, would you like to chime in on that? I'm curious on your thoughts on, I think Marc-André just said, instruments available are not ready for prime time. So curious on your take.
Let me pick up on another thing that Marc-André said, which is, I repeat like a broken record wherever I go, which is, in most markets, the money is not the problem. In most markets, it's the availability of well-developed, well-structured projects. And we've shifted our whole business model over the course of the last 5 years to become a developer, because we saw that the scarce activity, the game-changing activity, was the expertise, the higher risk capital, and the institutional patience to be there through development phase that produces that moment in time where you have an investable project that can ask for the capital. That's wherever we go on the planet, that's the really hard thing to have. And it's more hard to have it in emerging markets, just because they have less track record, less experience, less institutional capacity to produce that moment. So whenever we think about having an impact in emerging markets, for me, that's the starting point. And then, yes, I agree with Marc-André's comment that when we do come to that moment in emerging markets, we haven't yet done a sufficiently sophisticated job of understanding how MDBs can enable all of that private sector capital. Because there is an enormous amount of it. We're positioning ourselves for, I guess, a two-speed approach to the future of fundraising in this space. We think that in the established technologies, it's just about volume, creating engines that will produce volume in wind and solar, including offshore wind. And obviously, bountiful appetite for that. But what's even more exciting is our other theme is the funding for the technologies of the future. And I'm so pleased to be able to say that we're confident that there is investment appetite out there, not for things that are already well and truly proven. There are investors out there who want to be, and are clearly driven by their own investors, their own pensioners or whatever, to be seen as enabling the next generation of technologies. Hydrogen, carbon capture, battery storage, clean fuels, all of it. So we're positioning to intermediate that capital.
Terrific, thank you. And I know, Marc-André, you have to thank you so much for joining us. So speaking of some of these more pointy end of the spear, if it's green hydrogen or others, and the need for ultimately, project prep facilities to be able to get many of these projects off the ground. Teddy, I would love to know from you. I know you have experience in other public-private sector initiatives, specifically CCFLA, and would love, we look forward on FAST. Are there things that on this topic that you think that are lessons learned that you can draw to FAST, and things that you think that FAST should potentially do differently or also do similarly?
Thank you. I think when we think about bankable projects, project preparation has been pretty much the only solutions. And I think it's not a gadget. And unfortunately, I think I would agree that the money for project preparation never really went into the right places. or was not really used. So, I mean, making a project bankable is not a magic wand, is identifying the source of capital that is willing to pay for the value created by the project, whether economic, social, or environmental. And there are capital, public or private, users or public, that would pay for this. And it's about contractualizing a way to monetize this. So it's not that complicated if you think about it. So what we found is the people trying to do this exercise are all sort of split and not necessarily talking to each other. So the initiative that we had with the Rockefeller Foundation and UNCDF around urban resilience was to create a fund that could actually do the development with a project preparation quite early stage with cities to really identify their project and prepare them and find the resource that will pay for it, regardless of what it is, and structure that to eventually invest with a fund that benefits for all sorts of full blended finance, sort of de-risking tranches in it. So we do have a capital facility, a catalytic capital facility for project preparation that is actually funded by Rockefeller and Pidge. A first loss in the fund that is funded by Rockefeller and EIB with a government of Luxembourg guarantee, a senior tranche by the US government with DFC, and a number of private investors in the middle that actually feel comfortable that for something which is today seen as investable with difficulties, adaptation, resilience in urban area with deprived population as clients, is not something that is easy to deliver. But with the blended finance combined with the project preparation money in the hands of the developers, meaning us, actually works. So putting the whole chain together from creating what you want to invest in is sort of where we found a solution. So there may be others over there.
Now, shifting the conversation slightly, Daniel, you know, I know we've mentioned the word standards. I know there was a little bit of an allergic reaction up here if we talk about the label, but speak to a little bit about the need for or the importance of a standard, a label, and being able to mobilize finance specifically to sustainable infra.
Yeah. Despite mention several times on this panel how we need to accelerate the investment into infrastructure or into sustainable and resilient infrastructure. The recent study from the Global Infrastructure Hub, whose CEO is sitting in the audience, Mary Lam, showed that actually investments into infrastructure are decelerating. They're going down recently. And the reason is, from my point of view, and also based on reading the study from the Global Infrastructure Hub, is that the recent crisis that we see, energy crisis, war, etc., I don't need to enumerate everything, have shaken the market to an extent that people don't have direction anymore in where they should go with their money, with their dry powder, as it is called, which is lying around everywhere. And I think an important role of a label is to give orientation even in times of crisis, and also to give an orientation in critical areas where people are uncertain in which direction things should go. That means we need to aggregate the knowledge that's in the science, in the market, in the people's minds, in what policies are, to create a label that gives the investors security and also to a certain extent safety for their investment. So when we do that, we can actually, such a label can actually restart that market. We sometimes even say sustainability and resilience used to be seen as an additional cost by the market in the past, but in the future, and especially with that label, it will be seen as a de-risking opportunity, as a driver for investments. So sustainability and resilience as investment accelerator and driver, that's the good news, and I think it's worth investing in it.
And Sue, do you think your clients would agree with that viewpoint?
Sorry, could you repeat?
I said, do you think your clients would agree with that viewpoint of a standard, a label being able to accelerate a sustainable infrastructure? I'd love to hear sort of what you're seeing from your clients, and if you think that, A, how the platform can play a role, but if they have a similar view on how the label can accelerate sustainable infrastructure.
Yeah, look, I mean, our customers are wanting to move quickly is what we're finding, and in certain sectors they're sole sourcing us for work for the first time in years. You know, they're wanting us to bring things to market and then optimize the design later. So sort of behaviors that we haven't seen for quite a long time. There are a lot of first-of-a-kind projects that we're seeing coming through. They're wanting to move quickly. There's new technologies, there's new scales being brought to market. You know, what we see in the platform more particularly, and it's really the platform that we've had more to do with, is that you know, it really provides an opportunity to share information about these projects over the entire life cycle of the projects, to remove friction from the project development process, as I explained earlier, and to really accelerate project progression, which is precisely what the proponents of these projects are wanting to do right now. They've got a lot of money that they can make, particularly in the resources side of things, these energy transition minerals, and they're wanting to bring product to market quickly.
Wonderful. Well, that's it for today's programming. So please join me in giving a big thanks to Ahmed and Sue and Daniel and Mark and Terry. And please, I think there's an opportunity in the last few minutes to ask questions, either one-on-one. I'm sure all of them will be mingling here for the next few minutes. So thank you.